don't think the Vatican is in any way going to be a help or a solution to the problems that we have. And in fact, the Vatican is very Judaized. So that would be the main critique.
Do you have any other critiques other than him being Roman Catholic?
Well, I haven't watched a lot of Nick in the last few years, so I don't know exactly what all his positions are. I mean, I don't know if he's trolling when he says he's like anti-marriage, or if that's just jokes or what. But if he's actually anti-marriage, obviously I'd be opposed to that.
Yeah, that was one of those throwaway things he does for like polarization and to get like followers and stuff. He doesn't actually mean that, because when he breaks down his actual lives and streams, he says that marriage is important. You know, the nuclear family is everything, and I feel like you guys have a lot more common ground than you do. I mean, me personally, as a catechumen for the Orthodox Church, I see why you have such a quandary with, you know, the same body of people that say that the Muslims believe and worship the same God that we do, and now they're inviting Muslims to
Mhm.
pray to their God, where our God is supposed to be venerated and respected and worshiped. So I understand the critique. As far as politically, though, do you think he's kind of on the ball, or is it?
Well, I had people asking, or had people explaining yesterday what the game plan is. I mean, is it just critiquing Jewish power? I mean, I learned about that in 2007, so
Mhm.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm saying like, what's the actual? Is there like an activism platform? Is there like a series of books? And yesterday we had several recommendations of books to read from certain Groypers. So some of that was answered yesterday, but
Yeah,
what's is there going to be like a plan to like get people to run for local office? Is it going to be a political party? Like, what's the
Yeah,
strategy?
I'll tell you his exact plan, because he's said it actually quite recently. He's reiterated it. His plan is to radicalize 100,000 intelligent young men, and the goal of those young men is to obviously rise to areas of power, money, influence, things like that, and push the narrative that is America first. You know, a lot of his reasoning is to go back to Christian ideologies and a government ran by, obviously in his view Catholic, but in my opinion Orthodox beliefs, because clearly this wickedness and this, you know, this foolishness is not of God, right? These are because we've got
Sure,
drawn
but would
away
you
from
call it
God.
Christian nationalism or not?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Because everybody, all the Groypers yesterday were saying it's not Christian nationalism because that would be like some kind of a Protestant thing.
Yeah, you could argue more it's authoritarianism or even a monarchy is what he reiterates it as. And
Okay.
then as far as Hitler, do you feel like he's as hated as he should be? Does he have a right to be put up with the top 5 worst evil people in the world, or do you think he's kind of misunderstood?
Well, I think that he was a tool of the banking elite, so I'm pretty committed to that view, and that's another thing I wanted to open it up to talk about. If anyone disagrees with that, I'd like to discuss that.
Yeah, do you mind breaking down your position more?
Yeah, I believe that there's significant evidence that he was aided not just by the Bank of England, but also American industrialists to come to power so that they could not just create the nation state of Israel, have it set up. I mean, there was already a plan for a nation state of Israel in the late 1800s, but Hitler was necessary to create the nation state of Israel. So that's how the UN recognized the state of Israel in 1948, was because of World War II. The Rothschilds were not necessarily the main people, but it was the Bank of England and other banks, and it was the dual appeasement strategy of Ribbentrop and the Astors that allowed for and goaded Hitler into moving into Poland. They told Hitler he could take the $3 billion worth of Czech gold. The British establishment was telling Hitler that they would support him the entire time, and then they turned on him because they needed World War II.
Very interesting. Do you think they kind of used him, knowing in the future they'd be able to use him as like a victim chip because they knew everything that was
Yes.
coming with him? Okay,
Yes.
fascinating. I've literally never heard that theory once. That's
Well,
very
you
cool
could look
stuff.
at, so yeah, Quigley all but says that. He doesn't say specifically that, but that explains the Havara agreement. It explains why World War One didn't get the international socialist government that they wanted. They got the League of Nations, but that was too weak.
Right.
And America still had enough opposition that the American government didn't go for the League of Nations. So they needed another world war with more chaos, and then they got the nation state of Israel out of that, uh, and the United Nations out of that. So I think those things were definitely planned, because basically the United Nations is just part two of the League of Nations. But
Right.
this is, Sutton's partly this thesis. Quigley is partly this thesis, and I'm not citing Quigley because I like him. I think he's a piece of shit.
Right. One more quick talking point. 'Cause I don't want to hog the mic, but got
Sure.
these far right commentators such as Nick Fuentes, Paul Miller, Stu Peters. Do you think they do a net positive or a net negative as Christians?
I mean, I guess it's difficult to parse them all out. I would definitely probably agree with Nick more than with Stu Peters. I mean, I don't have anything personally against either one of them. I think it was really odd that Stu Peters did a crypto scam, so that was kind of odd. So I think things like that are very sus. But no, I've never really had a problem with Nick or disagree with Nick except on the Vatican stuff.
Would you say that Paul Miller's pretty based?
I honestly don't know who it is.
Oh, fair. Okay. Well, thank you for your time, Jay. Appreciate it. God bless.
Mm-hmm.
So Hitler,
Yeah,
so Hitler was just like an agent of these bankers.
No, didn't say that.
Well, that's kind of what you were insinuating, though. No.
No, an agent is not the same thing as a person who's a tool.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry for. Thank you.
You're laughing. It's a big difference.
Okay, yeah, I understand the big difference, dude. Okay, so he was just
It
like.
actually is a big difference.
Okay, you don't need to reiterate it as a big difference, man. I think I get it. So, like, he was just
Why
like.
would I not reiterate it if you didn't get it?
He was just like brought up by all these banks, and he was just a part of this elaborate plan by the Jews to create Israel.
I mean, have you read Tragedy and Hope?
No, and I don't really need to, because what you're insinuating is good.
Oh, you don't need to.
No,
How are you
I
gonna-
really don't.
How are you going to
really
speak
don't,
to it
Gay
being
Crier.
wrong?
I'm sorry.
So all you have is ad hominems because you haven't done the material, right?
I think like ad hominem you is like one of the greatest things ever, dude. Honestly, like that's the only like line of
What are you mad
argumentation
about
somebody.
though? But like why are you hostile? What did I do to you?
What? You're just a
But what did I? Why? What did I do to you?
To me personally, nothing. You're just an idiot.
Why am I an idiot when you haven't read the 1,300-page book, but you're telling us why it's wrong?
Dude, if you think that debate broing is like gonna be like,
so you don't have an answer to that?
No, I don't have to answer you.
Okay, well, exactly. That's all you have. Exactly. So there we go. Best of the Hitler fans right there. Well, I mean, it's not just Tragedy and Hope. There's tons of other books that speak to this. There's Sutton's material. Brzezinski even cites Sutton's stuff. So that's what you get with these people is that kind of stuff right there. That's the ops right there. So there's another guy I thought was going to come debate.
There's another book called Who Financed Hitler by James Poole. That was another one.
Yes, I just wrote that one down yesterday. It's funny you said that. I didn't even know about that one. Gypsy, what's up?
Yo, Jay, I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, Chief? Thanks for having me back. I was curious to know because you would be more studied on this than me. First off, I want to say to the guy who was like a groiper that came in before, that's kind of the type of people that make groipers look bad because it's not the majority. I think a lot of groipers are actually pretty intelligent young men that want to see the world look better, want to see the country look better. They aren't just like rage baiting chronically online. So that was kind of a bad representation, I feel like. But my question is this: why? Because I'm in America, right? Just like you, and Protestantism rampant. And how did dispensationalism lead us to the non-denominational churches and the evangelical churches literally using references like the Amalekites to justify this genocide that's happening from Israel and saying we have to support them, or God will shame us, or we'll be cursed? How do you think that that happened?
Samuel Untermeyer was part of a club that Schofield was a part of, if I recall. And he's one of America's foremost Zionists. If you go to New York, there's Untermeyer Park named after him. And there really was a push by Oxford University and people in the UK, originally, I think, for geopolitical reasons, to promote the Schofield Study Bible in America to get evangelicals to believe that the nation state, the Balfour Declaration, the nation state of Israel would be, some fulfillment of prophecy. So there was a real attempt by those people to influence America. And if you read people like Moses Hess and Chaim Weizmann and people like that, like they speak in a very similar way about how it's necessary to kind of massage the masses into accepting the idea of the reestablishment of a nation state of Israel as a fulfillment of prophecy. I mean, Moses Hess thinks it is, right? Even though he's a socialist, kind of pantheist, Hegelian writer in Rome and Jerusalem, I mean, he's just pretty explicit that, yeah, the Rothschilds are going to help us put a nation state of Israel eventually in, and it's going to be, it'll be Zionism, and it'll be socialism, and that's the real messianic hope for mankind. So obviously that message isn't going to play well to American evangelicals. So they had to kind of package this idea in something amenable to that, which was, of course, Darby and Schofield's nonsense.
And that kind of ties back to you saying this was all a giant ploy, 200 plus years in the making, or 100 plus years in the making, even dating back to World War II. If they always knew the end game was.
No, it's older than that, because it's the Milner, Rothschild, Fabian Society elites wanted to create a socialist international Fabian government, and they wrote about it. It's in, you can read Cecil Rhodes' last will and testament. And Cecil Rhodes, all of his money came from the Rothschilds. So also, if you read Moses Hess, he says that the plan was to create the nation state of Israel even in the 1800s. So Lord Rothschild Edmund, not the British one, the one from France, he was already buying large swaths of land from a Turkish sultan in Palestine, because they were planning the nation state of Israel way back in the 1800s. That's in the Rothschild's biography that I was reading from yesterday on Alex Jones. So point being is that the idea was a socialist government, and like if you read somebody like Moses Hess, his idea is, well, we'll have a socialist world order, and Israel will be the center of the world's socialist government, right? So it'll be like Tel Aviv. I don't know about Tel Aviv, but Jerusalem would be the capital of a global socialism, and all the nations would fulfill the messianic promise. This is what Hess argues in his book Rome and Jerusalem. When the nation state of Israel is reestablished, so their idea is a new world order centered in like Jerusalem. That's not necessarily the same as Rockefeller's idea of a new world order or whatever, but ultimately they all kind of have the same idea of a global Fabian socialist order.
Gotcha.
And they're all explicit. They're all explicit in the books.
I was going to say, Jay, to kind of add on to that, this is kind of their end game, right? Because when we look at how the Talmud and how the Jews believe their Mashiach or their Messiah will come is very related to how we see the Antichrist coming, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So do you believe it'll be those Zionistic Jews in the nation state of Israel that welcome in the Antichrist?
Well, I don't know if we're in the end times per se, but whenever the end times come, it will be something probably like that.
Yeah, I don't get it. I've seen you debate. Like there was he's like a military guy or something. He says he was Catholic but didn't know a single
Are you talking
thing.
about Misfit Patriot? That
Yeah.
is a clown.
No, dude, I think he's like a Fed. Like I think he's probably with Israel
Very,
because
very likely.
he said he was Catholic but then couldn't name. Holy shit! He said the disciples went to college. Anyway,
and then retroactively he said he was joking, but I don't think he was.
Right. Well, I'll say this, man. I don't get how people can have a reasonable debate when you look at Scripture, let alone the church, because, I mean, how can when we look at? I think it's in the book of John. They talk about the Antichrist spirit. It's literally a nation full of people that deny Christ and spit on Christians, and I don't know how Christian leaders and pastors and people can say, well, yeah, that's the chosen people of God. Like the fuck.
Well, that's all out of, first of all, Protestantism, and then Protestantism schismed into all these weird branches of like radical Reformation, and a lot of those groups, just because they had lost the doctrine of the church, they just sort of naturally assumed that, oh, well, I guess Israel is the real church, because they literally lost the historical doctrine of the church.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. They just tried to cling on to what the church could be because they didn't have a definitive of what
Well,
it is.
they're not a part of the historical church, and so when they start reading the scriptures, they see Israel, 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 which is for us a reference to the historic church. Well, for them, well, I guess it ain't the church because that's the whore of Babylon. It's Israel, the nation.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Jay, the Eucharist is symbolic. Like, I mean, Christ didn't double down on it, you know.
Right.
The guy
Dude,
you
you're
want to
you're
look
cool
up,
as hell, man. Thanks for the conversation.
the guy you want to
Yeah,
look
man.
up.
Great CEO. What's up?
Yo, hello. Am I on or?
Yeah, what's on your
Yo,
mind?
is this a debate or are you debating people or are you just having a discussion?
It's whatever.
Okay. Because I think I just want to talk about like you with like your way you're going about trying to quote unquote debate Nick. What are you like trying to debate him on?
Well, Nick is the one that said that he had an issue with me saying that I would debate him. So it wasn't even me having an issue.
No, but you said you were in a
So
debate and
I
like
said, yeah, I'd be. No, I said I
Yeah,
would.
yeah, that's what I'm
I said I'd
saying.
be
Yeah,
happy
I'm
to
saying like,
debate.
what is like the debate gonna? What would it even be about? Like, aren't you like a religious secretary?
Well, originally, what the thing that I mentioned maybe a year ago, and then that kind of resurfaced maybe a few weeks ago, was the topic of the Vatican being Judaized. So, if we're going to be trying to get people to go back to Christianity or, in his mind, Catholicism, if the Vatican is completely Judaized, why would that? Why would we do that?
What would his benefit be as like a bigger platform, bigger person who is a Catholic? You know, even if he thought he was right, like he was like, oh yeah, he's right. I don't want people to find out. Like, what would the benefit be for him to like kind of promote orthodoxy?
I don't understand the question. I mean, if Orthodoxy is true, it's true. What do you mean?
I'm saying like if he's
What's the
Catholic
question?
and he like doesn't want to like promote orthodoxy and he has people who are going to the Catholic Church, why would he even want to like orthodoxy is kind of irrelevant in like America. Let's be honest. Like what is like the reason for him? Like what is
I mean, we've had tens of thousands of people
how many
convert in the
people are in
last
America?
year. So, what do you mean? Well, that's just the beginning of what's happening as
Every
like
group
the
says that.
last
Every
5
group says that.
years.
Look, I like orthodoxy. Okay, I like I don't. I actually kind of think it better than Catholicism, to be honest. But I'm not either. But
Okay, so well, then you just answered your question. If Nick's going to give us solutions, then a Judaized Vatican is not a
what I'm
solution.
saying, so from his perspective, what is the benefit of him talking to you?
What's the
Yeah.
benefit? The
Why
benefit
should he
is
talk to
that
you?
I could help out. I could help out with one of the blind
But
spots.
he's Catholic. So you're saying, oh, you should stop being Catholic.
Well, it's not just me saying that. I could actually demonstrate and show why there's contradictions and so forth.
Yeah, I'm not saying like you can't like say, oh, because of this. But at the end of the day, like your thing is this thing that you've practiced your whole life, this religion you've practiced your whole life, you should stop being that. What like would be the like if you put yourself in his shoes, why do you think he would like take time out of his day when he's going on tour and doing a bunch of
Okay,
interviews
well,
and has a
all
show?
of your reasons and examples are practical things that, in the big scheme, are going to be irrelevant. If the solutions are fraudulent and failures, I'm talking about the Vatican, then doing all of this is all for naught.
But do you understand why, like, maybe his audience would kind of see you as kind of like an ankle biter or be like annoying because it's like, oh, this person's busy, and like your thing is, hey, that thing you believe, it's actually wrong, and I want to talk to you and make time out of your day to talk to me because I think
Well, no,
kind of,
reality is that Nick has messaged and talked to me several times over the years. So, no, it's not me ankle biting. And the whole discussion was not my fault. The whole discussion was because Nick was annoyed that my Clips channels posted the old debate that he lost, that he admits he lost. So the issue is more so as on Nick's side, which could easily be resolved if you wanted to resolve that. I don't think
yeah. What I'm saying is like, do you understand why his audience would kind of be like annoyed at you?
well, that's not my fault if the audience doesn't know the background or the whole story.
Well, yeah, but if you're trying to be an effective communicator, if you're trying to get people to go to orthodoxy, maybe you shouldn't try to like antagonize his audience, which is way bigger than yours, which is all pretty much Catholics or non-denominational people, probably.
How am I
Um,
antagonizing when I'm inviting people to come speak?
and you call them like idiots, morons. They don't know what they're talking about. They're stupid.
I
They don't
call
read books.
specific people morons. I didn't call the entire audience morons. In fact,
Yeah, but yeah, obviously
no,
you're not calling
most of
everybody
the
in his
people who've
audience.
come on here for 2 days have been very cool and civil, and we've had good conversations and good book recommendations.
Yeah, but do you get what I'm saying at all, or are you saying none of this is valid?
I mean, all you're saying is basically things that are not really the
Is there
big
any
picture.
aspect of anything I've said this entire conversation you're like, oh, that maybe is a good
Well,
point?
can you actually be precise and say exactly what the issue is? So, I
No,
mean,
no, I'm asking. Okay, I'll tell you that.
because
I'll say this. I understand
you
your
didn't have the
perspective better.
facts. You didn't have the facts. You just said that I'm
Okay,
ankle biting and this and that.
I understand your perspective better having talked to you. Having heard what I said, is there any aspect of the entire thing I've said where you're like, I can actually reflect on that, and I can say, oh, that's actually kind of a good point.
Um, well, which one? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So you're unable to take if you disagree with the person, unable to
So
take
all it
kind of
is
their
tone.
ideas,
You just want a
integrate them
tone
into your
police.
own.
You just want a tone police.
Do you understand what I'm saying here?
Do you
I'm able
just
to
want
say,
a tone
okay, yeah, I
police?
get what you're saying. Now I understand better because there was some stuff I didn't
Yeah, but
really
all
think
of the
of
things that
until
you
I
were
came in.
saying were based on wrong things.
But but everything you said was based on being right.
Where was I wrong?
No, I'm asking you. Have you ever had like a debate with somebody where you were wrong?
Have you ever watched my debates?
Yeah,
Like what?
I like the one with the Urantia guy. You were definitely right on that
You
one. I'll
talking
tell
like
you that.
8 years ago?
Yeah. But no, I have a question. Have you ever like just been like wrong at a debate?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about right now? Can you name a specific thing where I was wrong about something that I should have done in a different way?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying you are. I'm asking you if you personally have ever
This is,
recognized, oh, I was
of course, I've
wrong
been
during
wrong in
this
debates.
debate.
Sure.
Okay, I just wondered because it kind of sounded like you didn't want to admit that. It's kind of weird.
Nobody would admit that. I mean, that's crazy.
Why not?
All right, this is just wasting my time, man.
Okay.
You know, one thing that's weird is that a lot of the people in that audience, they don't even want to talk about any of the issues. They only want to talk about tone policing, which is weird because it's like Nick is the most untone policed person. But all they want to do is tone police me. I think a lot of people just assume that out of nowhere, I just kind of wanted to have a debate with Nick Fuentes. No, we were talking about doing this a year ago in DMs.
What's up, Jay? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. You've probably noticed this, but there's a major difference in the kind of people that listen to you and the people that listen to Nick and kind of what they're there for. So every person you've asked so far about Nick, who's like a serious groiper, they all go, "I just listen to the show. I'm just a guy who listens to the show." Um, they're not there to learn the information and then go read for themselves and to actually obtain knowledge. They're there just to live vicariously through Nick. So if like they weren't just working like the average job and playing video games, this is who they think they would be if they put the time in to actually read. So they're not there like when you recommend books, you ask us if we've done reading when we talk to you and you recommend to do reading. Nick doesn't do that. He just gives information. These people pretend to be like pseudo intellectuals by vicariously living through him talking on a screen. And so when you attack any part of Nick's thinking, even if it's just helpful criticism, they don't understand that. They think, oh, because I haven't done the reading and he's my knowledge because I vicariously live through him. They feel like you're calling them dumb or that they've missed something, but they won't read or actually logically think through it to see it. It's just what I'm gathering. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, mic check. I was having some connection issues. My bad.
It's just weird, kind of like bizarre envy. Like you can all read books if you want to. Like it's not some special. It's not an elite thing to read books. Like I'm privileged or something.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know if it's envy, like, but I don't think they want to. And it's like not Nick doesn't emphasize that to his group, it doesn't seem like, or to his followers. Seems like just come listen to me. And if you disagree in any way, or you're not as smart as me, you're an idiot. And they like that one guy was saying, oh, there's these guys on Telegram who read all these books and everything, but it's like, where are they at? Like, I don't see any Reupers posting any citations, any information, anything. Nick does it. Nick's well read. He actually cites what he's read and what he's seen. But these guys, yeah.
Well,
I agree. I was
yeah.
going to address something the CEO guy was saying as well.
Sure, go ahead.
And that's just that even as a viewer of Nick, and I'm in the process. I'm actually close to Father Moses's church. I'm moving that way to get into the Orthodox faith, and I'm leaving Catholicism a lifetime and generations of that stuff. And a little anecdote, man. I mean, from what you're saying, that Changing of Man book, it is full speed ahead. And if I try to have, talks with my parents or boomer, grandparents, and they're eating this stuff up, that the Vatican's putting up, asking if gay people were condemned or something, trying to, I don't know, catch me in some kind of hate or being judgmental. And I'm just like, yeah, I mean, if you really care about Jesus, and CEOs asking, what does Nick have to gain from debating you? It's just that if you really love God and Jesus, the stuff the Vatican's doing should infuriate you. You shouldn't just go
Yeah,
along
exactly. Well said.
and eat it up like if they're the ultimate authority, because it went out again. An anecdote of my father was like, so gay people are condemned. And I'm like, yes, period, full stop, 100% they are, if you, really want to follow the teachings. it's tough when this authoritative figure is, promoting the opposite, and that should upset Nick if he really cared about Jesus or God or his faith or his salvation. It's a spit in the face is how you should take these
Well, I
things.
mean, just on a geopolitical level, if Judaism and Zionism is the problem, and if the Vatican has been wholly captured and is subservient to Judaic interests, which I think you can easily demonstrate, then that's obviously something that has to be discussed.
We do, yeah. I have a military background too. I'm a West Point graduate, and I just got out just because, yeah, just kind of looking through that lens. I mean, we do have to look at where our weak points are and things that are going wrong, kind of like you're saying, even strategically or
Well, also
tactically.
too, like, I mean, a purely political solution is not going to work. This is what I've been saying the entire time. Is like, yeah, you can make a lot of fuss and get a lot of attention over political stuff, but I mean, what exactly is the game plan if we're going to have a political solution here? What, just infiltrate and take over TPUSA, and then what?
Yeah. Well, for the left, yeah, because the left, the politics is their religion. So to capture the right now,
Yeah, but
they're gonna have to fill
what
that
I'm
with
saying is
somebody
that a
else.
lot of the right politics is their religion too. That's my whole point.
No, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree. I was saying they're able to capture the left with just politics. So that if they don't have
Right.
religion, that's how they replace it. And then to capture us, it's gonna have to be the church leaders or the Vatican or
Yeah, exactly.
those
Exactly.
kinds of things to wrangle us in.
Right. Francis, what's up? Great
If,
call.
if I could say something
Yeah,
on
sure,
that,
sure.
Nick views the Vatican as as politics. He
Exactly.
just views the Pope as a presidential seat, right? And it's not the Pope's matter. It doesn't matter what doctrine comes or dogmas come out of the Pope. It's just the seat of Peter is there, and it's we just have to keep working through this system as if he's working through like the democratically elected like president of the Vatican.
Right.
That's all he sees it as. It's just that's why his politics come first, and it's just like, oh, well, they were just Catholic at the end of the day. Like that's what it is. It's just who are we lobbying for?
Well,
Who are we supporting in the Vatican? It's just a seat.
another
He doesn't
thing
care
that
what comes out of the seat.
another thing that I think young guys think in terms of politics first. I did when I was in my 20s. I was all into like right wing libertarian type stuff, Ron Paul, all that stuff. And then I think as you get older, you realize that like politics isn't first, so because it's not really changed by the normie means. Politics is run by money. If you've got billions of dollars, you can be influential in politics. Now, that doesn't mean you can't run at the local level, but that's why I do agree with what he said about young guys should like work on, uh, you know, gaining money and upping their power levels, and then kind of if the system hasn't collapsed in 20 or 30 years, then trying to get into positions of power. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but like politics is rigged game. So it's a billionaire's game. So Jimbo is calling me out as a lolcow, but Jimbo is a Mormon. Jimbo, why are we supposed to believe Mormonism?
Well, if you prayed about it and you felt it's true, then you'd believe that. But I think everyone can agree you're just a lol cow. I heard you were talking shit about Hitler.
If I pray
I
about
heard-
it and I feel, what if I pray and I feel like Mormonism isn't true?
I heard you were talking shit about Hitler.
What if I pray? Yeah,
I saw your little girly underscoring, underlining all over your book.
girly. That's what people do who actually learn from books.
You underlined and circled
So
cologne.
your argument is that
you
Mormonism
double
is, are you
underlined
wearing the
bank
magic underwear?
and circled cologne.
Are you wearing the magic underwear?
No, I'm not a very good Mormon.
Okay, but you're a Mormon,
Yeah.
but you're not a good one.
Yo, anonymous, thank you for the 15.
And you believe that Mormonism is true because you prayed and you felt good? That's effeminate. That's girly.
Well, you underlined bank and circled cologne. You wrote all over your book. You drew little stars. You used a source that just says.
There's the Mormon for you. That's Mormonism for you right there, guys. Beaver, what's up? That's going to be fun to clip. What's up, Beaver? That guy was talking so much shit today. I think that guy actually is insane. He's being serious about being a Mormon. I mean, he isn't serious about it, but he says he's a Mormon. Beaver, what's up?
Hey Jay, I didn't have much to say, but there is a group on Telegram, a Wendell. I don't know if you've heard of him before, but
Yeah, somebody brought up Wendell yesterday, and I DM'd him.
Yeah, so he's someone that you could actually have like an interesting intellectual conversation with on our side, who's well read. It is true, there's not like he doesn't have a huge following, but he reads and whatever. And I think a lot of the weird like reaction to your tweets in terms of wanting to set up this debate comes from just like a sensitivity in Vatican criticism.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, I mean, you know, if you go back to the Bloodsport days when I met Nick, it was all about talking smack and setting up debates. So it's odd to me that I guess these younger guys are too sensitive for that.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see Nick do like an interesting debate, and it's kind of weird that like just even that kind of innocuous disagreement of like who he should and shouldn't talk to is like people are unfollowing me, people are blocking me just because like, hey, I think I want to see Nick like actually get
it'd be good. I mean, it doesn't have to. It could also be a friendly conversation. Like, it doesn't have to be. It could be a formal debate. I don't care either way.
Because I mean, and Nick's done a lot of those recently. So
yeah. Tell Wendell to reach out. I'll chat with him.
Okay.
Thank you. You notice too that Mormon guys. Like, that's a lot of what the attitude of people talking is like. These are just total morons. What's up, man? Joe, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, so I wanted to talk about Hitler a little bit. Not in the sense to defend him, but I think that he, more than the actions of the individual man himself, represents a counter argument to the what I would call the post-World War II consensus, which is being heavily questioned in our lifetime. So things like parliamentary democracy, liberalism, things like the narrative around the Holocaust and the creation of Israel, things like ethnic nationalism. Those are the things that he actually represents. And I don't think anyone, or the majority of people, aren't defending a methed out guy invading the Soviet Union. It's more of the spiritual ideals that, and, you know, political ideals that he represents. But I'm curious to what you think about that.
Okay, so spiritual ideals would be Gnosticism and Marcionism?
Well, so I think in terms of that, maybe a revival
have you read Mein Kampf?
I've read parts of it, yeah.
Okay, what does he say about Jewish religion and the idea of having altars and whatnot and sacrifice?
He's not a fan.
Right, but he's talking about Catholic churches, Christian churches too. That they shouldn't have altars and sacrifices because that's Judaic, which would be Marcionite. So is that the spirituality that we're talking about?
I think it's more like someone phrased it as like a revival of like German paganism or Nietzscheism, in the sense of, you know, kind of counter to the ideals of Christianity.
So it is anti-Christian. It is anti-Christian.
In some sense, yeah. I think it's only Christian in the sense that it's European, but I think it is ideologically a lot like anti-Christian, yeah. But I think it's also political too. If you want to focus on the spiritual aspect, that's fine.
Well, no, I mean, you mentioned the spiritual side of it, so I was just focusing on that. But I mean, also, that's the idea of like regimented eugenics, sterilization, all that kind of stuff. Is that good?
No, definitely not. And, you know, I think most people, if you really question them about it, they would say that. Again, it's more of what he represents. And when I say spiritually, I mean, you know, not the man of the things that he did, like in the particulars, but more of what he symbolizes. That's what I was trying to say.
So are you familiar with Savitri Devi or Miguel Serrano?
Yes, I'm familiar with Devi, not
the
the
kind
other one.
Of spirituality, like where we worship Hitler as an avatar, or what kind of spirituality?
No. So again, when I say spirituality, I more mean he was a symbol, of the, like, the antithesis to the post-World War II order, right? The chief villain. And I think as the World War II fades out of living memory, people more want to embrace some of the rough ideals that he represented, like ethnic nationalism, National Socialism, like, you know, maybe being a little bit more into the JQ, things like that. And I think the rehabilitation of Hitler is more about that than, I'm not trying to come at it from like a Devi perspective, more of the political ramifications of the post-World War II order sort of falling apart before our eyes.
Interesting. Okay. Appreciate that. Joe Fry, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, so I'm actually an Orthodox catechumen. I listen to both you and Nick. I definitely agree with you on the most important thing, which is the religion. But I think he has a lot of good things to say. And but my main question for this topic was, uh, so your insinuation seems to be that Hitler was to some extent like a controlled opposition, essentially.
More so that he was a pawn that was used to bring about World War II, the destruction of Europe, and to ultimately, although he may not have directly known this, but ultimately to help establish the nation state of Israel.
Okay, so you kind of answered what my question was going to be in that answer. I was going to ask, to what extent do you believe Hitler was like in on it? Because that I find very hard to believe. It seemed to me
Well,
he
I
was
mean, if
very
you read
genuine.
if you read the chapters in Tragedy and Hope, I mean, he was duped by the British elite into thinking that they were on his side, and that people there was constant meetings between Ribbentrop and the Astor, Cliveden set, and the British royals, and they were telling him to go and do all this stuff. They were going to support him. It's called the dual the dual appeasement strategy of the British. And then after he had done what he was supposed to do, they double crossed him, and he wasn't needed anymore.
Interesting. Do you think there's any significance to the fact that Hitler was the only leader to ever arrest a Rothschild?
Well, he arrested one of the Rothschilds, but he was still getting money from the Bank of England, and the British told him he could have all the Czech gold.
So was that just like for show to appease his base, or do you? I just my struggle here is I find it hard to believe that Hitler was not a genuine believer in his ideology. Like maybe he
Hold
was
on one
being
second.
played.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Traffic is too loud out there. Let me step somewhere where it's not loud.
Why would it make that big of a difference whether he believed in his ideology or not, whether that could be controlled? Do you think that a movement today of quote unquote radical people couldn't be steered in the future? People believe, even if people believe in something genuinely.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Uh, I could definitely see that. I guess it's just what I'm grappling with on this particular issue is it seems to me that uh, the Nazis were an opposition to this world order that sort of won World War II.
Well, I think there was
And
a
not,
lot of people who really believed it. I mean, there were
yeah,
plenty of people who were committed. I think Henry Ford was committed to believing in some kind of international socialism. I'm familiar with what he wrote. I'm sure that, in other words, the thesis that I'm arguing here, which is from Sutton and Quigley and others, it doesn't require that everybody be a conscious, like 100% in on an agent. I mean, I'm sure Hitler thought that when he was, aiding Jews to go to Israel, that was the best thing for everybody, because if they had their own state, they wouldn't be, engaging in subversion of European countries. So I don't doubt that, like, there was a lot of sincere actors. It's the same with the Cold War. Like, my uncle was a famous Cold Warrior, and I don't think he thought, oh, I'm not really fighting Soviets and spying on them. I'm actually just pretending to fly over and, get their transmissions out of Turkey. It's like you can really be a believer, and you can have, higher level people planning a longer strategy. I mean, people can be compartmentalized, people can be dupes, people can be patsies, people can be pawns. And I think, if you read Brzezinski, for example, he kind of speaks of it in this pawn way, right? Like the grand chessboard. The whole book is the idea that the world is a chessboard, and we're going to move and play these pieces depending upon, what our opponents do. It doesn't mean that there's not opponents. It just means that the people like Rothschilds and others who have a longer game plan, which it's all public. It's in all their books. It's the last will and testament of Cecil Rhodes, which was written in part with Rothschild money and funding and help. Like it says all the stuff I'm saying. So you could just go read Cecil Rhodes's Will and Testament. He's the one that helped set up this network and the society that we're talking about.
Right. Okay.
True
Yeah.
true
I guess.
believers are some of the best controlled opposition.
Absolutely.
So you think that had Hitler won, would that have foiled their plans? Like, was it necessary in this whole scheme that he lose? Because it seems to be the case.
I think that either way it went, they could have had some form of a technocracy or some form of a regimented kind of system. So you have competing models. You could have a German Teutonic competing model with a Fabian socialist model, and it just happened that the Fabian socialist model ended up winning out in World War II.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that's all I really wanted to discuss.
I mean, what do you think? Would we have the nation state of Israel and UN recognition if Hitler hadn't happened?
That's a great point. I
By the way,
definitely think
there's actually a Catholic in Israel.
interesting. Yeah, I think that's all I really wanted to discuss.
I mean, what do you think? Would we have the nation state of Israel and UN recognition if Hitler hadn't happened?
That's a great point. I
By the
definitely
way,
think
there's actually a Catholic who has this thesis who's influenced my thinking on this. This is Michael Hoffman's thesis too, by the way.
yes, I have some of those books. I just haven't read them yet.
Yeah, Hoffman's good. I don't agree with everything, but he's pretty good.
Another thing,
Hoffman's the one that made the argument, by the way, that we wouldn't even have the Talmud if it wasn't for the papacy being the patron of the Talmud.
Yeah, that's a great point. I actually am converting from Roman Catholicism to Orthodoxy, so
Interesting.
yeah, all that stuff is very convincing to me.
Are you familiar with Anthony Sutton's works?
I've heard the name, but I haven't read anything.
Yeah, I think he's really important for this idea that both Bolshevism and Nazism were kind of funded out of Wall Street, and he has a lot of sources. So I would say check out his
Hoffman
books.
has a book on Hitler too.
Yeah, I think that's where he talks about you wouldn't have the nation state of Israel without Hitler in that book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's undeniable. I mean, World War I, and World War II kind of they were both pillars in the establishment of the nation state of Israel.
Absolutely, and in fact, Quigley talks about how the reason that they wanted World War II is precisely because the League of Nations wasn't a success; it failed. So they decided, well, we need actually a bigger war to have a bigger international organization to police the world. Penguin, what's up?
What's up, Jay? So I have a disagreement with you about Hitler, about the Second World War, kind of.
Okay.
because my point is, when we look at like the early 20th century, especially after First World War, there was a huge ideological conflict with like, you know, communism, Marxism, and nationalism. And if it often is said like that it was Hitler against everybody else, but it was really, the nationalist revolution wasn't just in Germany. It was like in Italy, in England, in Spain. There was a civil war where the nationalists eventually won. There were nationalists in Romania,
Right.
Ukraine,
You're talking about Franco. I mean, yeah,
yeah,
Quigley has chapters on
Slovakia. It
every
was
one of
like,
these countries.
yeah. So my point is, I completely disagree that it was that the people who rule the world, you could say now, that they funded Hitler or whatever. I think they fundamentally were completely against Hitler, and he was against them.
Okay. What's wrong
And
with the sources that I gave? Did the Bank of England fund him in the early rise? And did they tell him he could have the $3 billion of
well,
check
look,
gold?
you got me on these sources. I'll be honest. I have nowhere near.
Well, then
as
how
much
do you
as
know it's
read as you.
wrong? And you're going to disagree, but you're not familiar with the sources. You haven't read it. Well,
Yeah, because it just sounds like bullshit. It's like you go into these very obscure kind of.
Okay, so now, how are you going? Have you? Oh God, how do
I
you do
remember
historical? How do you do historical research without going into obscure things like archives?
I don't know, man. I look at the
Okay,
broader.
so you don't know,
output.
but you're here to tell me that I'm dumb and wrong. Okay, good job. Yeah, I mean, you can go. Quigley, first of all, is working from CFR archives. He says that at a certain point in the book. And then, by the way, I forgot that he said that in the book. So it's not just me remembering that. He actually does say that in the book. So he's actually going to the CFR archives and he's pulling out their private papers. So when I'm citing the book, I'm not citing it because he's a good dude. There's so many fucking that have heard me talk about this, especially in the last 2 days, are so stupid they think that I'm citing the book because I'm a democratic capitalist Quigley fan. It's so dumb. Like, you read people that you disagree with, and one of the things we do on my channel and on my platforms is read through dozens of these. It's not just Strategy and Hope. We've read Brzezinski, we've read Rockefeller, we've read all these guys. John, do you want to say something?
Yeah, even with the subject of Judaism or Zionism, you could read mainline like Jewish histories written by Jews, and those will actually provide interesting information as well. Like,
absolutely,
there's one from like the 80s. It's called The History of the Jews. I think it's written by a Catholic guy, and even that book, even though it's kind of it would be pro-ally type thing, it's still going to provide a lot of history there, even though even though when I read the book, I didn't agree with his particular perspective, but it's full of information.
Oh, so you're a Zionist propagandist, John, because you read a Jewish guy's book or a pro-Jewish book, even though we're reading the books to see what the positions are. It's just so stupid.
That's
I've gone and studied Talmudic texts, not like extensively, but to see if some of the sources are real. Oh, I guess that makes me a Talmudist because I went and looked to see what the Talmudic text said.
That's your cockroach brain, Jay. Your cockroach brain is just no. Another book is called that I would recommend is called Friends Indeed: Inside the U.S.-Israeli Alliance, and it's written by two Jewish guys.
Friends Indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna get that. Appreciate that. I'm writing that down. Samoa, what's up?
Yeah, you idiots know that without the Jews, there would be no money for America to fight the independence war. It was a Jewish financier who donated all his money to America, and America gratitude him by being bankrupt, and still Jews fought for America throughout the wars while traitors like Nazis supported Hitler in the war against America. That's why Israel supports America and we are allies, while some rednecks idiots, woke idiots who pretend to be MAGA but hate President Trump, sit in their mama basements like UJ, and trashing America and trashing the Jews.
Okay, well,
So
that's fascinating,
we will
man.
call you out.
That's really powerful. WV, what's up? West Virginia, what's up?
Hello, but what's the contention with Hitler? You posted something. You had an annotated like book page, and Hitler bad, I guess, right?
Are you talking about my post, I was arguing that he was funded by Schroeder Bank and the Western banking powers.
Okay. Was he?
I mean, is Quigley wrong?
I don't know. I haven't read it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if he wasn't, which I mean, I think he is, but let's say for the sake of argument that he wasn't, he was goaded into going into Poland because he thought he had British support, and they said he could have $3 billion worth of Czech gold. So that means that they're funding him. Bank of France was also funding him. Why would they be doing that?
I wonder if, and I'm, an amateur, I'm not like a scholar, but I wonder if that even matters, given that like Hitler's legacy, like people die and then their legacy gets like, it's almost like their spiritual corpse.
So the funding of movements and people doesn't matter.
Well, it's because I wonder, because it's like what Hitler symbolizes and represents for people is it seems anti-Zog, like white European Christian nobility selling out their subjects. So I almost like, does it even matter that he was funded by those people if everything he symbolizes is
have you read
or he's been appropriated?
Have you read Anthony Sutton on it?
No.
Have you read anything?
No, this is just a shotgun blast take, without like a deep body of knowledge behind it.
Right. Do you think the nation state of Israel would exist if there had not been Hitler?
Well, didn't he plant the seeds with the Havar Agreement, right? Like,
sure. But I'm saying after the World War II events happened, like in 1948.
Yeah, I think they were going to get it anyways. Zionism existed before he did.
No, but the recognition of the nation state by the United Nations. Why do you know why that happened?
No.
Because of Hitler in World War II.
Yeah.
Okay, so who?
Well, yeah, it's like an answer to the Holocaust, like right.
Exactly.
But they said there were even without like a wave of anti-Semitism out of Germany. There were, they were complaining about 6 million Jews starving in like the 1920s. They were always going to get their state. They were going to guilt Europeans into giving it to them anyways.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you have the Rothschilds essentially admitting that they wanted to create a nation state of Israel. They eventually get convinced by Zionists to support that, even though initially they didn't. And then you have them supporting through Cecil Rhodes and others the idea of a socialist League of Nations. And so World War I failed to give the League of Nations any power. And then we have them planning World War II, and that's what leads to the establishment of the nation state of Israel. So again, it couldn't have happened without Hitler. Have you read Michael Hoffman?
No.
Okay, so there's like a lot of I'm not being a dick, but like there's like at least multiple reading sources here that should be read before you want to come debate it. But
can I say something?
Sure.
So I just realized this with that last Groyper guy. Hitler doesn't necessarily have to be. He doesn't have to be viewed in a historical way.
Yeah, the history doesn't matter. It's just symbols now.
Yeah, it's a symbol.
And by the way, two of the Groypers said that.
Yeah. So there is no historical reference. It's kind of like, it's almost like a postmodernist view.
Well, keep in mind, these are people who are going from memes, right? So they've seen the memeing of Hitler, and now that's a meme. And they don't, like, literally just saying, I don't care a shit what the history is. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, they've adopted a postmodernist view of the world.
And that's why I think they act, and I'm not being a dick, like the way that they're acting when I ask these questions is the same way leftists act. Like they just shout you down and they don't have a discussion because for them it's all power relations. So they're actually nihilistic postmodernists.
Yeah.
Jacob, you got on mute.
Hey, so I've been listening for the past 2 hours, and what it seems to me is that these Groypers are not really concerned with the truth. I mean, the one guy CEO was saying, well, what would be the point of Nick even debating you? I mean, the point is the pursuit of truth. If Nick is proposing some type of solution, the solution that should be true necessarily.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Like the whole thing is viewed through the lens of postmodern power relations. So it's like power dynamics, which is a leftist model that truth doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the power oppressor dynamic. So the irony is that the Groypers are all, and at least in this chat, adopting a postmodern leftist mindset about what truth is and what how you actually operate in the world. But that actually makes sense because what's the Vatican all about? Worship of authority, right? It's about power, prestige, numbers. It's not about truth. OSLL.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me, Jay?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to offer the Groypers a cynical, politically pragmatic reason for Orthodoxy to be the creedal profession of their opposition movement. I think what you lack in raw numbers in America, I know CEO called Orthodoxy just politically irrelevant. It's a minority religion, of course. I think there's like a ton of political advantages to be had if your plan is just infiltration of the current American system. Yeah, I think, like, for one, the papal contradiction is going to come to roost eventually. Like, it's hard to imagine that any outwardly Groyper or Groyper adjacent figure coming to any political prominence wouldn't just immediately be countersignaled by the American Pope. Like, what's the plan then?
Absolutely.
And then I think in its infancy here in America, Orthodoxy also has like the opportunity to forge its own organic national symphonic political character, which you can draw from contemporary political examples where the church is not impeding governance structures that Nick might have sympathy or interest in already. Also, natural allies abroad. Not to mention just the like natural contempt that Americans have for Catholics in general. Like there's a history of sort of anti-Catholicism already. I'm an Irish American convert to Orthodoxy, so I don't know. It seems riddled with problems. I think Groyperism too wouldn't really suffer from being like less outwardly Catholic. To me, it seems kind of pan-Christian already.
Yeah, those are really good points, man. I appreciate that. Really good comments there. Maddie, what's up?
Yes, Geezer, you're right. I just want to quickly say two things, right? You know, obviously yesterday the post you put about gays, mate, gays. So it's a little term of endearment from near London.
Okay.
What I was gonna say to you, brother, is that this thing's popped up again, right? And you posted the picture of the chapter in Quigley's book, right, suggesting banks in Cologne.
Right.
Did you see Jake Shields reposted it?
Oh, maybe that's why it's getting so many views. No, I didn't.
Yeah, Jake Shields reposted it, and he's doing his typical, like, Hitler kicked out various different bankings and Jews and this sort of things, right? So I'd definitely like to see you respond to him. And secondly, a couple months.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, bro, jump on that. And secondly, quickly, a couple months ago, we spoke about this as well, when you initially started talking about this. And I don't see how these people, like, this is not even like fringe content. You can access this quite well, it's well known. Even from 34, there's pictures of the Nazis minting coins with the Star of David on them, saying, a Nazi visits Palestine in basically solidarity of trying to push this pro-Jewish movement towards the Palestinian land, right? But that's all I wanted to say, brother. I don't want to jump in too much. I just want you to be aware that that's obviously happening right now.
Okay, so you're saying that there's up into the 90s, there's what do you mean a 90s minted coin?
So if you can Google it, right? From 1934, you can find a coin which on it says a Nazi goes to Palestine. It's a minted coin with the Nazis printed out. And on it, it has the Star of David, and it has the writings in German. A Nazi goes to Palestine. You can find out the history of it.
Nazi goes to Palestine. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, it was like a initial startings of trying to nudge people to go towards Palestine. You can check this out. It's actually very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because I brought this up yesterday, and I mean, not what you're talking about, but the fact that the Hitler really contributed to the establishment of the nation state of Israel. And when you bring this up, they lose their mind. And every one of the guys, every one of the ones that came on yesterday, they had never heard of the Havar Agreement. They didn't know what it was.
You know what it is, yeah? With this resurgence now of with these sort of ideals and it being so explicitly out there and almost like kind of like I assumed at the start it was kind of just like meme stuff, but there's a lot of people now who I feel like have been hijacked by these ideas and they're almost explicitly proud of these things. But when you start exposing the reality of like his interests with early Zionism, right, it's almost like, no, that can't be the case. He hated Jews. We all hate Jews. It's like, no,
No,
the
yeah, they just
the
go
picture's so much more
crazy.
complicated.
Yeah, they were going crazy yesterday in the space. Exactly. Appreciate that. Extra, what's up? I'm mute.
Hey Jay, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. My questions are regarding free will and the determinism fallacy. They're not my position, but I watched one of your previous videos. You and Father Deacon Ananias refuted a guy by using the determinism fallacy, but you all didn't have a chance to explain it. So just hoping to hear more about why it's a fallacy from you.
Well, it would make it's just called that. It's not a strict fallacy, but it would just make knowledge impossible because you couldn't delineate the true from the false because everything just is. So there isn't an ought. There isn't a true versus a non-true. Everything is just occurring. So if there's only occurring, then there's not, a situation where it should be occurring in another way.
Gotcha. If in their case, I think the person who was asking, they were agnostic. So if they were to say something like, God still grounds truth, but in a deterministic theology, he's grounding truth, but he's also forcing some people to believe in truth and some people not to. Does that violate anything? I mean, it probably violates the Orthodox conception of God.
Well, there's a lot of problems with them trying to say that. For one, we'd have to know what kind of God and what's the basis for revelation that there's a God that determines some people and doesn't determine other people. But again, if determinism is true, then you lose all possibility of truth values because you have to have some notion of free will to be able to choose the good versus the evil. Because again, if there's not free will, there's not good versus evil, bad versus good, etc. True versus false. There's only what is. But yeah, I appreciate that comment. CR, what's up?
Hey, I don't know. For the Groyper Zionist stuff, I guess, like, do you think there's a difference between being anti-Israel state versus, like, I don't know, the leap to me from that to being like a Hitler apologist, like with some Groypers, I just don't really
Well, not
understand
all of
that.
them are. Not yeah, right. But so this wasn't just about Groypers. There was a lot of people under the comment that aren't Groypers that are, or under the post, I should say, that are like Hitler defenders or whatever. So I was hoping that some of them would come and defend the positions.
Okay,
So it's
so
not
you're saying
necessarily.
if you actually are pro-Hitler, come on here and defend your
Yeah,
position.
because there was tons of them in the
Well, but like
comments.
that's what I've been seeing, and I don't know. I've even seen it among certain Orthodox people that are like very trad, and some people that I don't know. I've met at different parishes, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Like,
Well, I mean, it's like that guy said a minute ago. It started as a meme, and then it kind of like as the way the internet works now with electing presidents, memes
right.
get it done.
Yeah, and like
So
I can appreciate a good joke, but like then it's like it starts to feel like
it starts to become real.
Yeah, like real.
Which is
Yeah,
weird.
like real. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know
I
if I
know.
can like get along with this anymore. Like I'd rather just, I don't know. It's weird to me. But I guess one other quick question. You know how in Orthodox theology we don't believe in cremation.
Right.
I was wondering, is there any teaching on at the universal resurrection what happens to those that were cremated, or for instance, like people who were martyred, like burned to death, they don't have, I don't know, bones or.
No, it's not an absolute rule because even in Japan, the Japanese government will only allow the Orthodox Church there if they practice cremation. So
Really?
the canonical ban on it, the bishops decided that it's better to have the church there and allow cremation than it is to not have the church. So this is a good example of economia. So in that case, it's an example of no, we don't think that like if you happen to get burned, like you won't be resurrected or something. And I'm not being a dick. I mean, I'm being honest. What's up, JR?
well, the Hitler stuff's going off again, and we should really just dig up Hitler and run him for president again. But the problem with that is if nobody's ever read Mein Kampf, this is not like, and especially people call themselves Christians. The Nazis were not Christians, and they did not like Christianity, and they wanted to systemically get rid of it. They were purging it from the schools that did still have the remainder of it in there, and the Nazis' version of National Socialism was a very utilitarian approach to government. And utilitarian approaches to government don't necessarily always, like you were saying, a lot of these things are, start with memes and slogans, which, mind you, that's a communist tactic, by the way, is like starting revolutions with memes and slogans. That's something the communists did. And for that to be purveying in today's society, even if it starts out ironic, a lot of things that start out ironic, people start taking it seriously. I've seen this personally with people I know. It's like an example would be, I had some friends who started out listening to like crunk rap music because it was funny. And then they really did start listening to it and going to rap shows.
Yeah.
So
we were
like
talking about this with, like, if you heard of this with like foods that are for the poor, right? Like lobster and crab are like poor foods, and then like the elite out of like, oh, this novelty, look at the poor foods. Well, we're having the crab that the poors eat, and then it eventually becomes elite food.
it starts out as a joke, and then I mean, you could read things. I mean, obviously now there's people out there who think, Stalin was a good guy and Stalin was based in trad. It's not that you couldn't read some leader of some past country and they're not saying true things. But people see those things, whether it's clipped online. I mean, for instance, The Myth of the 20th Century by Rosenberg. There's no way that you could read that book, and I doubt many people online have read the book, that you could come away with a pro-Western, pro-Christian view of that book.
You're talking about Alfred Rosenberg, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just because
I've read Himmler and Hitler's speeches, and and Himmler says that it's time to get rid of Yahweh. The whole battle is against Yahweh, and Hitler has speeches where he says there's no way that the German people could accept the God of the Old Testament.
Well, yeah, and even Hitler has stuff where he's talking about, like, they just reinvent Jesus as like an Aryan white guy. So they
exactly.
Yeah, they take that approach. They're like, oh yeah, he was a base trad German Aryan white guy, and that's the Jesus we like, and that's the Jesus we'll allow to keep. But anything having to do with Jews, another thing too that's really bothersome and actually detrimental is sometimes there'll be books, and there'll be footnotes in the books, or even a book written by a Jewish author. And then immediately people will say, oh, it's written by a Jew, you can't read that book. But actually, if you want some of the most damning stuff, you need to read the people that you disagree with, because they'll tell you their idea.
Exactly.
And that's
I wrote a bunch of Jewish literature. Exactly.
Right. And then like the people who are criticizing you, saying like, Quigley, he's you like Quigley. It's like, no, you read. I don't know how people don't understand this. You read people you disagree with.
Yeah, exactly.
How does that not make sense?
Dude, underneath it, when Jake Shields shared it, and all these people, like a bunch of these other Hitler fans that shared it, underneath it, it's all people like just bashing Quigley as if I'm a Quigley fan. They're like, look at this dire retard. He likes Carroll Quigley. No, I don't. I'm like, the guy's a total piece of shit. But I'm sharing it because he's got inside information. He's working from the CFR archives.
Of course, and that another thing too is to ignore the British. I mean, I get it that that people, there's no way to actually know what went down historically. The British double-crossed Hitler and they were going to go with him, or, whatever happened. But the British and the Germans and the Zionists were all working together at one point. That's undeniable. So for people to deny
exactly
is crazy.
Yeah, that's great points, John. And by the way, I've got a bunch of good recommendations, book recommendations in the past few days from actually intelligent people on here who've recommended good stuff. All right, I guess that's a good chat for today. Appreciate you guys coming in. Really good information, really good insights, recommendations, and yeah, maybe we'll do this later on tonight or something if I have time.
When you gonna come back to me, love? Although I left, I can't move on. I've tried so many things, but there's no trust. Quite like you, quite like you. We don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can link up. It's not a hookup. Don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can link up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Do you think about the days when we're sitting down, smoking wine and drinking haze, or was it the other way? Was it the other way? Swing around, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show recorded on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can link up. It's not a hookup. Don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can link up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much. Swing round, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show recorded on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you pick up, then we can link up. It's not a hookup. Don't think about it too much, too much. You just need to pick up, then we can link up. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much. Don't think about it too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Do you think about the days when we're sitting down, smoking wine and drinking haze, or was it the other way? Was it the other way? Swing around, come on, chill with me. I got your favorite show recorded on my TV, but we don't have to watch that, no. I'll turn off the radio. So won't you I wanna ruin that friendship. We should be lovers instead. I don't know, I'll just say this, 'cause you're really my dearest friend. won't take you long if you love me right. We fought for life, on and on and on. Bed stay in bed, the feeling of your skin locked in my head. Smoke me broke. I don't care, I'm down for what you want. Stay drunk into the night, wanna keep you here, 'cause you drown my tears. It's over, love and fight. I would just good, and it's all because now if we're talking body, you got a perfect one, so put it on me. Swear I won't take you long if you love me right. We fought the light, on and on and on. Now if we're talking body, you got a perfect one, so put it on me. Swear I won't take you long if you love me right. We fought the light, on and on and on. Love, give me love. Anything you want, I'll give it up. Lips I kiss. Buy me while I taste your fingertips. Stay drunk into the night, wanna keep you here, 'cause you drown my tears. It's over, love and fight. I would just good, and it's all because now if we're talking body, you got a perfect one, so put it on me. Swear I won't take you long if you love me right. We fought the light, on and on and on. Now if we're talking body, you got a perfect one, so put it on me. Swear I won't take you long if you love me right. We fought the light, on and on and on. I get lonely when you're not here, and the darkness appears, leaving me stranded. My whole world shuts down. You never lived here, and I never found whatever I did. There's a million things I could say, but you never really knew that. But you never really knew I felt this way. Wanna take it back. When you're gonna stop breaking my heart, I don't wanna be another one. Paying for the things I never done. Don't let go, don't let go. it down. Oh boy, I like. Oh boy, I like the way you put it down. Oh boy, I like. Oh boy, I like the way you put it down. Oh, I can put it down. To take my love away. When I come back around, I know what to say. Said you won't forget my name. Not today, not tomorrow. Kinda strange, feeling sorrow. I got change, you can borrow. When I come back around, I know what to say. Not today, maybe tomorrow. Open up the door, can you open up the door? I know you said before you can't cope with anymore. You told me. streets. I know that you're gonna love him. Come eat my panties off of me. Do whatever you feel comes naturally. 'Cause I wanna let my hair down. Is that alright? Is that okay? Hey, hey. 'Cause I wanna let my hair down. Is that alright? Is that okay? Hey, hey. keep my profit sweet. Clouds on my fucking face, cause they know I'm staying cheap. Making money, pushing out, I just want the core key. Pay my business, make my money, then they bring it back to me. I'm a nigga that the laws always choose to give the chase. Lock me up, I'll make it fail, cause that bitch ain't got no case. I'm back on the fucking street, time to check up on my bitches. Those hoes make me cash, and they bring me all the bitches, and they bring me all the project back, don't give a fuck. Project back, don't give a fuck. Project back, don't give a fuck. Give a fuck, give a fuck. Project back, don't give a fuck. Project back, don't give a fuck. Project back, don't give a fuck. Give a fuck, give a fuck. I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? Since your pretty ass, soon as you came in the door, I just wanna chill, got a sack for my store. Married to the money, introduced her to my stove. Showed her how to whip and now she remix it for low. She my track queen, let her hit the bando. We be counting up, watch how far them bands go. We just set a goal, talking about your Lambos. 56 a gram, mama, 100 grams though. Man, I swear I love her, how she with the Lambo. Hit the strip club, we be letting the bands go. Everybody hate on, we just call the fans though. And love with the money, I ain't never letting go. And like it high with my baby, baby. I just love the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And like it raw with my baby, baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby, yeah. And like it raw with my baby. I just love the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And like it raw with my baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies. I never show on my track quick, cause all we know is biz, I just might snatch a Ferrari. And buy my boo and lamb, I just might snatch a ridiculous, drop a couple on the way. She ain't willing for nothing because I got her everything is quick, so up on the bed, though, remind me where I can, though, when we book up the stand, though, kind of hell in a bed, well, I'll fuck in your bed, though, baby, what I'm living 50,000 K on my stand, though, we protected from my project, I'm up. And like it high with my baby, baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And like it raw with my baby, baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby, yeah. And like it raw with my baby, baby. I just left the mall, I'm getting fly with my baby, yeah. And like it raw with my baby, baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies and like it was so hello. Since your pretty ass, man, she came in the door. I just wanna chill, got a sack for us to roll. Married to the money, introduced her to my stove. Showed her how to whip and now she remix it for
Jay Dyer, it is wonderful to have you back. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Maria. I always enjoy our conversation, so I'm glad to be back.
Likewise, I have to say, since we met in person last year and did our book review of Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future, we had a lot of good feedback on that and a lot of people interested in this topic. I recently conducted an interview with an Orthodox priest, and I really want to focus on this subject with you today. I know that we've touched on this in the past, Jay, but viewers may not be aware of your, previous life and your transition into Orthodoxy. So if you will, just take people through a little bit of that history and you realizing that the Orthodox Church was the one true church.
Yeah, I was raised Southern Baptist and was nominal. I mean, we would go some here and there. And then got more serious about religion in my high school period. My senior year, I started going to a lot of evangelical Bible studies and church meetings, and decided I would study the history of the church more in depth. I got into theology and philosophy when I was 18, 19. Started studying that at the academic level for college, and then continued studying that in a related way in grad school. Not so much the theology per se, but worldviews and the idea of what we call worldview warfare, and how systems and worldviews and paradigms work in as the models of people's belief systems. And then in my 20s, I decided that Protestantism didn't really have a lot to offer. So I got really interested in the history of the church, as I said. And at that time, a lot of the online discussion for the debates in that sphere were basically just Protestant and Catholic. So I didn't know about the Orthodox Church in my 20s. I wasn't averse to it. I just didn't know much about it. And so I thought the debate was basically just Protestant versus Catholic. So I became a Roman Catholic in 2003, I believe, and was in that world for 8 or 9 years. And I think when you live that for a while, you start to notice there's some pretty significant problems, but you don't want to jump ship too quick. So I attended the traditional Latin Mass for many years, and I was really into Thomas Aquinas and Thomistic philosophy, and trying to be as traditionally minded as possible as the Vatican continued to be more and more liberal. And eventually I just felt like there weren't solid answers to the questions that I had as Roman Catholic. And so I started studying Orthodoxy in about 2007. I made some friends that were Orthodox, and they recommended a lot of books. I was seeing a girl at the time, and we were considering both entering the Orthodox Church at the same time. We were probably going to be married. So I went through the catechumenate even back then and decided not to convert. So I held off and decided I would just kind of wait. I wasn't really ready. I had so much theological, ideological baggage from my previous beliefs as a Roman Catholic that it took me a really long time to work through a lot of the issues. So I just held off and kind of got burned out even on going to church and going to the sort of standard Catholic services. And I was a little wild for those years in my late 20s, early 30s. And then by about mid 30s, I guess, I started getting a little more serious and getting back into reading a lot of philosophy texts, reading a lot of certain church fathers like St. Maximus the Confessor, and certain Orthodox theologians like Vladimir Lossky or Father Demetrius Staniloy. They stand out as writers that really influenced me to eventually convert. So about 2014, I was getting more serious and kind of going back to church. And I guess it was about 2017 that I went back into being catechumen and formally joined. So 2017 catechumen, I think I was chrismated 2018. So that was my short form journey during the period when I wasn't really going to church in my late 20s and early 30s. I didn't become an atheist. I think a lot of people have atheist phases or something, but I more so was just reading a lot of different perennial texts, Neoplatonic stuff. So I wasn't atheist, but I was kind of interested in a lot of different positions. And And yeah, I would say Father Stephen Rose too had an important impact as well. His book Nihilism: Roots of the Modern Revolution impacted me pretty significantly, probably in 2015, 16. So that's the short version of, and then here we are today, where I've spent a lot of time kind of discussing Orthodox philosophy and theology for the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I watch your debates all the time. We love your content here at Z Media. We encourage everyone to check out Jay's YouTube channel and his website. I'll bring all of that up throughout the interview. But yeah, Jay's in our lounge room regularly. So I
appreciate that.
Of course. I find, some of the arguments, it's interesting because I think it's really easy to say, not easy, and I'm not in any way diminishing those who do it, but I think it's easy to debate atheists in the sense that the atheist worldview just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There's it's illogical, it's unscientific. And I'm talking about, like, say, Darwinian evolutionists. Like, to me, you are placing your blind faith in a theory that has never been proven, the same way that someone with a religion, in a belief in a God would. I mean, that's the way that I've always viewed it. And so, I used to do, people may not know this, I was, in the evangelical church for many years, used to do street ministry, talking with people on the street, of people of all worldviews, very, very highly Muslim populated area. So I got to talk to a lot of Muslims as well. It was great. I loved it. I loved doing it because I love people and I love discussing worldviews. And so that was something I was very passionate about, but it was from an evangelical stance. And then it was really during the COVID era that I returned to Orthodoxy, which is, I was baptized Orthodox as a child. And really, spent a few years there. It was about 8 years in the evangelical church, so a long time. And what I've found, Jay, was a lot of unlearning has happened since that time of what I thought was correct doctrine, what I thought was correct theology, and there were a lot of sticking points for me, coming to realize the truth about orthodoxy that exists for a lot of Protestants. These days, when I talk to my friends from my former church and I say I've returned to orthodoxy, they think that I've become an idolater, an image worshiper, all of this kind of stuff. So I want to focus on that with you in terms of the, the common misconceptions or the common arguments that a lot of Protestants bring up. For example, you worship saints. Let's just start with the biggest one.
Yeah, I think these are pretty common objections. Everybody has faces, especially if you have an atheist, or excuse me, a biblical or evangelical background. You're going to have some of these roadblocks where there's stuff that seems foreign and odd. And in that case, it's interesting that a lot of times atheists that convert typically might even have less baggage because, they weren't hammered into, thinking for many years that any kind of imagery is somehow inherently idolatrous. But I remember I kind of worked through a lot of those issues back when I was, in my early 20s, kind of sussing out between Protestant and Catholic. And I remember going to a church and seeing relics for the first time. And I remember thinking it was a little odd. I'd never really experienced that being, raised Baptist. But the logic of it is pretty solid if if you're familiar with the Old Testament, especially because we have stories where the bones of Elisha, right, the people get raised from the dead because they're exposed to those bones. In the book of Acts, we see, Paul casting out demons through, cloths that he had that were near his body. We see Jesus's garments heal people, and so physical matter has the ability to take on the power or what we call the divine energies in the Orthodox sphere. So when we start to understand it from that perspective, that the point is that we would be participants in the divine energies and that we ourselves in our bodies, even not just our minds or our souls, but our bodies become participants in the divine life as well. And that's the point of the resurrection. The resurrection is really the future eschatological end times reality that begins in the here and the now with the energies that we partake of in this life. And those divine energies are really just what we mean in the Orthodox Church by grace. So it's an uncreated life, power, and reality that comes to us, not by our works, but by the grace of God. That's what we participate in. So it's a much more fleshed out, I guess you could say, metaphysical notion of what grace is, rather than the typical Protestant idea that grace is just God's disposition towards you. So we do agree that there is a dispositional element, that you move away from being kind of adverse to God to now being the friend of God, or to being sons of God, etc. But to be in that role requires also the transformation of the person in a real metaphysical sense. So that's our view of grace and what it is. And, we see that in texts like John 17, where Jesus says that he came to give us a share in the glory that he had with the Father before the foundation of the world. And of course, glory, God's glory is not a creature, right? It's an uncreated reality. So we become partakers of the uncreated reality of God without participating in the divine essence itself. So we'll never become by nature what God is, but we do become like God by grace, and that's what we call theosis. And so that's the essence energy distinction that you probably hear a lot of people in Orthodox Church talk about. That's our conception of grace, and it also underlies the conception that we have of why we would ask saints to intercede, or believe that relics or icons have the ability to be positive influences in our life in a conduit of grace sense. So they become kind of sacramental realities for us. And that's all premised on the incarnation itself, right? You have the second person of the Godhead, the Logos, assuming human nature, and by that very action of assuming it, healing it, repairing it, and making it itself a channel of grace. So likewise, other physical material objects can also become channels of grace. So we don't worship them because they're material in themselves. They're still creatures, but those creatures can become conduits of grace just as we can as individual people, and our bodies even become conduits. And so that's the theological meaning behind relics, and that's why relics existed in the Old Testament, and they continue to exist into the New Testament church. And it's the same principle behind why, for example, in the book of Revelation, if you read chapters 5 to 8, when John sees into heaven, he sees a very elaborate, ornate worship service. In that liturgical worship service, it's very ordered, smells, bells, incense, vestments, elders, right? Priesthood, offering, sacrifice going on in heaven. We believe that that's actually the exact same service going on in the Orthodox Church. And so that's why it's a reality. It's not just symbols. For us, it's a symbol and a reality at the same time. And so likewise, we can ask those people who have gone on before us in the life of the church to pray for us. So technically speaking, we're not praying to them like they're God. We're asking them as fellow intercessors to pray. And that's why in the book of Revelation, John sees the martyrs offering the prayers of the saints on the earth. And so that's the whole principle behind the intercession of the saints right there.
So I guess I don't know if I'm the pre-trib rapture people would argue that those people that have been martyred that are praying are those that were left behind and then ended up being persecuted during the reign of the Antichrist, and therefore that's who they are. They're not actually the saints as per the Orthodox Church. Then you'll have the people that say, well, there is one intercessor, or one mediator, I should say, between God and man, Jesus Christ. Why would you pray to a saint?
Right. So a lot of verses have to be balanced with other verses. So for example, Paul says things like, I think to Timothy, he says, if you follow my teachings, you will be able to save those around you. So that doesn't mean that Timothy literally becomes Jesus and becomes a savior. It means that he's a co-operator, a co-worker, as Paul says about himself, that he's a co-worker with Christ to bring people to salvation. And so sometimes in the technical theological terminology, this is just called middle salvation. And it just means that the person that brings you to salvation is in a sense a savior for you. Doesn't mean that they are literally Jesus. It just means that they cooperated in that work. If you read the book of Amos, for example, this is an idea even in the Old Testament, that God decides not to met out the full punishment on Israel because Amos interceded. So intercession is something that's very real
in those examples. And again, the saints that are in heaven are not what John is seeing is not the martyrs at the end of the world. He's seeing the people that were martyred in his day. So if you look at the book of Revelation, it starts by saying the things that are listed are soon to come to pass. And the traditional exegesis of the church was never, strictly speaking, anything like pre-tribulation rapture. Premillennialism did exist as an early theory, but by the time of the Second Ecumenical Council and then by the Third Ecumenical Council, it's excluded, and that's why the Creed says, whose kingdom shall have no end. So Christ's kingdom is not a 1,000-year kingdom. 1,000 years is just as symbolic as when it says God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. Does that mean that on hill 1001 that's not owned by God? No, it's just a symbolic time that expresses a really long aeon or era. And so Christ's kingdom, as you notice in the Gospels, is where the king is. And so Jesus says the kingdom of God does not come with signs, it's within you. And so the kingdom is an internal spiritual reality wherever the Holy Spirit is. So the kingdom is the church. And that's why Matthew 16, he identifies it as the institution that he sets up, that the gates of hell would not prevail against it. And Peter and the apostles, not just Peter, but Peter and the apostles, if you read Matthew 16 and Matthew 18, have a collegial reality that is identified with the kingdom. The kingdom is chaired by the princes of the new covenant, who Jesus later, when he institutes the Lord's Supper, says, you will sit with me on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay, the 12 tribes of Israel is the new Israel, the spiritual reality that Matthew 22, 23, and 24 elucidate, replaced the Old Testament Israel reality. So there's nothing evil inherently about Israel in the Old Testament sense. They're not genetically evil or anything like that. It was a typological reality that's fulfilled in the spiritual kingdom of the church. But spiritual, as many evangelicals think, does not mean anti-physical. It doesn't mean anti-historical. It's a very historic institutional reality that's set up at the time of Christ's first coming. And the other element that I think evangelicals and Protestants oftentimes miss out on is the notion of Pentecost. Pentecost, especially if you look in Acts 2, and when it cites Joel 3, Joel is not primarily talking about the end of the world. It might have an application to the end of the world. But when Acts 2 cites Joel about the Spirit will fall upon your descendants, and your men, your women, your children will see visions. There'll be signs in the heavens. That's all fulfilled explicitly at Pentecost. And so the first advent is typically where the locus of the action is that most evangelicals and premillennialists boot to the end of the world, which makes all of these important prophecies and fulfillments irrelevant. Because if Jesus is predicting in Luke 21 the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD, then what a powerful attestation to the veracity of the Gospels that is fulfilled in 70 AD. Now, I don't mean everything. I don't believe the second coming. But you'll find many passages where Jesus says that he would come, on the clouds, and that he would punish, Israel and so forth. Again, Luke 21, because it's written to a Gentile audience, is a lot more specific than what you get in Matthew 24. So Luke 21 describes it in a very clear way that when you, speaking to the audience there in Jesus' presence, see Jerusalem surrounded by enemies, know that its time, its desolation is near. That's exactly what happened a few decades later, because he describes this for his immediate audience, that they would see these things occur. And that's why, whether it's Athanasius or whether it's St. John Chrysostom or whether it's St. Cyril of Alexandria, all the earliest really important theologians of the church, the ones that solidified the doctrine of the Trinity, the doctrine of Christology for us, they all believed that that was referring to 70 AD. They didn't primarily make it about the end of the world. I do think that 70 AD and the destruction of the temple, which is what Hebrews is talking about, that's the end of the old covenant system, which is demonstrated by the events of 70 AD when Titus Vespasian destroys the temple in Jerusalem. That's a sign that the old covenant is done. The new covenant is here. The new covenant is the fulfillment of all those old covenant types. And the new covenant is the reality. So what Protestantism and evangelicalism typically does, and it's not always intentional, is that rather than accepting the realities that the new covenant brings, they typically want to go back to the symbolic structure of the Old Testament. Oh, baptism is just a symbol. The Lord's Supper, just a symbol, right? The church is just this fallible human institution that's a symbol. In the New Testament, the church is said to be the body of the God-man, or the theanthropos, the God-man. That's the body of Christ. We are the extension of the incarnation, the church is. So there's not a whole lot of churches that can lay claim to that. And if you look at the study of the first 1,000 years of Christianity, there is one institution, that's the Orthodox Church, that lays claim to that.
When did, because church history matters a lot, and it's often something that, in Protestant circles, you'll hear, we need to return to the Book of Acts. We need to return to that time where there was, miracles, and the church was, sold everything they have, gave everything. It was interesting. I remember challenging a pastor on this a while ago, and I said, well, the church isn't really operating how it used to. And the response to me was, well, sell everything you have and give it to me and then see how we operate, which was a fair challenge. But, you hear that from a lot of evangelicals, that we need to return to the Book of Acts and all of this sort of stuff. And yet, if you read the Book of Acts through a non-Protestant lens, you'll actually see the establishment of the original church, and so, or the beginnings of it. So, can you talk us through the history of the establishment of the church? Why is the Orthodox Church the original church?
Well, if we look in the Book of Acts, we see, for example, Judas, his episkopos in the Greek is replaced. So when Judas dies, someone replaces him in his seat. And so this was the idea of the successors to the apostles, or apostolic succession. And we find this in Paul's epistles as well, that Paul says he laid hands on Timothy, and he tells Timothy not to lay hands on anyone else in Ephesus hastily, because through the laying on of hands, you have the transmission of the gift and power of the Holy Spirit for the office of the bishop. And that is not in Protestantism. Protestantism does not have a rite or a theology typically where they recognize any sort of historic succession to the laying on of hands back to the apostles. But that's exactly what Paul says in his epistles to Timothy. And he says basically that I appointed you, no one else, to be the authority, my representative, my successor in Ephesus. And you do likewise. That's apostolic succession. So that's our reading, not just of the Book of Acts, but also the books that Paul wrote. And if we look at the Book of Acts, we see this point that I mentioned earlier about Pentecost, which is that in John 14-16, Jesus really lays out the role of the Holy Spirit in the life and history of the church. So if we understand this as a real historical context here, where Jesus is saying that I will send the Holy Spirit, he will come and empower you. I will never leave you and never forsake you. The Spirit will lead you and guide you into all truth. The gates of hell will not prevail against the church. Then when that happens in Acts 2, that historical church can't lose the Spirit, can't lose the faith, can't be conquered. There might be areas or churches that are part of the universal church that fall away, nations even, patriarchates, bishops fall away, but the whole entire entity can't fail. And so that's why we believe that the Orthodox Church has maintained and continued that consistent testimony. And when you read the first 1,000 years, you find out that, one of the common Protestant objections, for example, is that, the church changed and became pagan at the Council of Nicaea. So when I first started studying this back in 2003, I bought the Church Fathers set, all 38 volumes of it. I didn't read all the 38 volumes, but I went through first the early Church Fathers. So when you read the post-apostolic fathers right after the death of John and Paul and all those people, you realize that Clement, Ignatius, Irenaeus, Justin Martyr, Cyprian, all church fathers that were very prominent prior to the Council of Nicaea, they taught all the things that the Orthodox Church still teaches and all the things that Protestants think the Council of Nicaea in 325 corrupted. So you find them teaching about relics, you find them teaching about saints, you find them teaching bishops in a succession, you find them talking about the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, you find them talking about, councils, the church being run by synods modeled on Acts 15 and the Jerusalem Synod. So synodal church government, bishopric hierarchy, all of those elements are there in those early church fathers. And for me, that pretty much said, well, look, it's not Protestant, it's not evangelical. So, it's got to be Orthodox or Catholic. I mean, that's the realization I came to, back in my 20s. Again, I didn't know much about Orthodoxy at that time, but so, I mean, I think that, but for the point against the Protestant idea, that pretty much, I think, solidifies it. And then when you get into, for example, more devastating issues like, for me as a Protestant, obviously I believed in sola scriptura, that the Bible is the only ultimate, final, infallible authority. But then when you get into the history of the formation of the biblical canon, you realize that this didn't drop out of the sky. It didn't come about in a vacuum. The Bible is a collection of books, and the history of the church is you can't divide that from the formation and process of the biblical canon. That's the books that were decided upon that would be in the Bible and would be accepted. And this is a centuries long process that really only gets solidified by about the 4th to 6th century in the East and the West in the first 1,000 years of Christianity. So for the Orthodox Church, our acceptance is the Council of Trullo, which is then accepted by the 6th and 7th Council. And in the West, it's typically about the 4th or 5th century in the decrees of Pope Damasus, where they basically accept the same canon as the Orthodox in the East. So basically, we have a canon that's including the deuterocanonical books, or what Protestants call the Apocrypha.
Yeah.
It's pretty much universally accepted by the 6th, 7th century. So Protestants, again, are really sort of on the outs and ahistorical when they say, well, we just choose the canon that Jerome had. Well, why do you pick one church father and not another church father? It really becomes very arbitrary. And then they'll say things like, well, we just go with what the Jews said. Well, but by the 2nd and 3rd century, the Jewish canon was already anti-Christian. So they were already trying to solidify their notion of a loose canon to combat Christianity.
Yeah.
So why would we listen to not the people that Jesus put in charge, the apostles and their successors, the church? Wouldn't the church have the authority to decide the canon? Remember, Paul says to Timothy, the church is the pillar and ground of truth. He doesn't say the Bible, the texts are the pillar and ground of truth. He says the actual living entity of the church. And then he says to the Thessalonians in 2 Thessalonians that you should follow whatever I teach, whether written or oral. So Paul explicitly tells the Thessalonian church to keep not just what his written texts are, what written gospels and texts they might have, because most of the early church didn't have everything. They didn't have all the texts for many centuries.
Yes.
He tells them to keep the written and oral traditions.
And in terms of the oral traditions, and, I suppose this does tie into apostolic succession and the authority of those that have been selected by the Orthodox Church. Can you talk to us about the record of the oral traditions? Because I see, a pretty comprehensive record kept by the Orthodox Church of those traditions that are still kept today. The Didache as one of those, books that's often referenced back to, which, you've spoken to us about before as well.
Yeah, I mean, we could look to things like the Didache or liturgical psalms and hymns that were cited in the early church, and they might constitute elements of tradition. But I would want to give an example of something like the liturgy itself, right? I mean, for example, how do we get the worship service that we have if it's not in the New Testament? Well, the reality is that the apostles, when they went and founded the various churches throughout the Roman Empire, many of them gave a kind of a basic pattern of the worship service. And so this is called a liturgical theology. This is the history of where the church gets its patterns of worship. And the apostles chose the rough outline, the way they did it, from both the temple service, the ancient Jewish temple service, and the synagogue system in its services. So they kind of combine elements of both. And that's why when you go to an Orthodox church service, you will find it to be very reminiscent of both temple elements, the imagery, and the synagogue elements of the antiphonal singing and liturgical patterns that you find. So both things are going on to help the apostles kind of come up with the rough outline. But we notice that the New Testament itself doesn't tell us how we're supposed to worship, and worship is something very important. I mean, we find passages where Paul says, for example, in Hebrews 13, that we have an altar which those who serve at the Jewish tabernacle don't have any right to eat from. So there's a eating service at an altar Okay, that right there is not Protestant, because Protestantism rejects the idea of an altar, because an altar is a sacrificial thing. And Protestantism believes that sacrifice is done and gone, right? Jesus said it's finished. There's no longer any need or notion for priesthood or sacrifice. Well, but wait a minute, because the New Testament says that we have an altar that we eat from, and it also includes the idea that Christ's priesthood isn't done. It's not finished. It's a Melchizedekian priesthood that continues on.
Yes.
So the notion of priesthood is still there. The notion of a sacrificial Eucharistic offering is also in the book of Revelation going on in heaven. Paul says we have an altar that we eat from. Jesus talks about the New Testament being a fulfillment. The Lord's Supper is a type of Passover. So all of these ideas, even though, yeah, the reality comes with the first coming, it doesn't mean that everything is done away in the sense of there's no more sacrifice, there's no more, altar. So that's why when you go to an Orthodox church, you see there is a priesthood, there is an altar, there is a sacrifice, there are vestments, there is incense. This actually fulfills the Old Testament prophecies and the minor prophets that incense will be offered to my name throughout the nations among the Gentiles. How would incense be offered if there's not incense in the church? And pretty much most Protestant churches don't believe in any of that. So
No,
I'm not
they
saying
think
incense
that
is not-
that's like idolatry in some way, or
Exactly.
you know, that having a structure. It's really interesting though, because human beings, you know, are creatures of worship, and we're creatures of structure. And you know, this isn't like a Protestant bash, but for me, I can relate to it the most because I was one for so long. You know,
Same here, yeah.
it's like you know, God's not sitting here demanding that you stick to this format. He wants free worship. You know, David danced and he revealed himself as he was dancing because he was so excited, and you know, all this kind of stuff. And yet, you know, there's like this format that everyone follows.
Well, exactly. Let's think about that. That's a great point. So remember, God's not the author of confusion. If you read the book of Paul's letters to the Corinthians, he's rebuking a lot of their chaotic and things getting out of hand. And he says that keep the traditions that I delivered to you. He says the same thing to the Corinthians that he said to the Thessalonians. He doesn't mention oral traditions there. But if that's mentioned, what are the traditions? Well, Paul's talking about the teaching that he gave for many months, years at these different locations. For example, we're told in Acts, I think it's Acts 20, that Paul taught for 3 years, day and night in Ephesus. So when Paul tells Timothy to keep everything that you heard from me in the presence of many witnesses and pass that on, he's talking about the body of oral teaching, exposition, prophecy, etc., that Paul gave for 3 years straight. All of it. He doesn't say, I taught you for 3 years, now just hand down this letter that I wrote.
Yes.
No, he says the whole body of teachings. Okay. So they're catechizing is what I'm trying to say. So they're like the same way. We can't think of oral tradition or that it's like necessarily going to be boiled down in a reductionist way to just this thing over here. It's a body of doctrines that would be passed down that might encapsulate catechesis, that meaning then the basic interpretive framework that you would have when you're baptized and brought into the church to learn the theology, to learn the interpretive structure of scripture. Because yes, you would have people reading scriptures as best they could. Many of the people would be illiterate, so they would have to be getting this information from oral catechesis. Most people couldn't read, and yet they were converting and becoming Christians. And most of the churches in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th century didn't have the whole Bible. Well, how are you getting Christians if they don't have the whole? So they're being taught orally from the bishops, from the from the deacons, which corresponds to the Levite, and from the presbyteros or the priests. So this is universal in the church in the early days. But again, liturgy and the pattern of worship is very important because, you know, Paul applies the same warning about unworthily doing the Lord's Supper leading to death.
Yes.
And that's the same warning that happens in the Old Testament with Nadab and Abihu and people who offer strange fire and people who get creative with worship. So you have the same curse that Paul applies that's applied to the Old Testament, violators of how to worship God by offering strange fire. They're killed. Paul says that you might end up, God might strike you dead too if you go against the law. Well, why would that be so severe a punishment if it's just a mere symbol? It's a really severe punishment for things that are just plain and pure empty symbols, supposedly. Now, I'm not saying empty, that Protestants think they're empty, but so the point is that no, there's a liturgical background to what Paul's saying. And just think about this. When Jesus went to church, and he did he worship in a crazy, wild, do-it-yourself way? No. He worshiped in a synagogue. Yeah, he worshiped in a synagogue structure that was very ordered.
Yes.
So why would Jesus himself, the Son of God, number one, he's the one that gave all the liturgical worship to Israel in the Old Testament anyway. And then when he comes to worship as our example, he worshiped liturgically in a very ordered way. And the assumption that many Protestants have is that, like, you know, in the book of Acts or something, because they had this period of manifestations of the gifts of the Holy Spirit, that, oh, well, then it was therefore chaotic. No, that's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that because there are healings and miracles or something like that, that it was chaotic. There's also assumptions that prayer language or something like this is some sort of gibberish. No. In the book of Acts, it's very clear that when the apostles speak languages in a miraculous way, or everybody's hearing the same language miraculously, that's tongues, okay? It's not gibberish. It's not rolling on the ground. Those are ridiculous manifestations that are rebuked and called confusion and chaos. God is not the author of chaos, Paul says to the Corinthians. So why would chaotic nonsense gibberish worship be the very way that is the true spiritual manifestation? So I'm just mainly speaking about like the charismatics there, but even classical Protestants, you know, traditional Lutherans or Calvinists and Presbyterians, and, you know, they have an order of worship that's not in the Bible that they've sort of constructed. And that, ironically, they've loosely constructed it for itself from older liturgical traditions of the Roman Church. So you can't get away from this point of tradition, even if you're a Protestant. And the irony is that Paul, if the Bible was operating, if the church was supposed to operate on a sola scriptura principle, why were we not given a pattern of worship in the New Testament?
They'll argue that the traditions of man make the word of God of null effect, and that that's actually what's happening in churches like the Orthodox Church, where it is very structured and traditions are followed.
So, but again, as we saw with Paul's injunction to the Thessalonians as well as to the Corinthians, if all the traditions are, so this is what's called a word concept fallacy, right? So Jesus is talking about traditions that the Pharisees came up with that supplant and trump God's word, God's revelation. And Paul is saying, when I give you this pattern of doctrine that you are to hand down, that is also the word of God that you heard me preach, he says. So he identifies his oral teaching with the word of God as well as what he wrote down. And again, the Bible itself doesn't tell us what books go into the Bible. So we have to have this tradition of the church to even identify, for example, the tradition that Matthew wrote Matthew's gospel. Because, for example, we're not told who wrote it, or that Matthew is the Matthew that we identify with an apostle. It's the tradition of the church that says that that's who that was. And it's the tradition of the church that said these other gospels over here that are called the Gospel of Thomas are fake. They're fake and gray. All right. So we know partly what books to include and not include by that same tradition that a Protestant is inadvertently denying by saying or assuming that all tradition is what Jesus is talking about. No, Jesus affirmed and observed many traditions. For example, going to the synagogue worship service itself was partly a tradition because the synagogue system was set up post Moses by Ezra. And it was a traditional way to set up worship throughout Israel. But we're not told explicitly how you're supposed to do it in the synagogue. That was something Ezra set up. So that was a tradition. Attending the service, the Feast of Lights that Jesus does, that's the celebration of the Maccabees. We're never told that you're supposed to go to the Maccabees service. So Jesus is attending, services that are themselves fine, legitimate, and good traditions. So the point is that there's good traditions and there's bad traditions. Good traditions are traditions that the church and those in authority have accepted. The whole church universally accepts. They're not problems. They're not contradicting or contravening the word of God. Bad traditions are the traditions that do those things.
So I want to ask you, because you said that, you know, you came to the point where you realized it's either between Catholicism and Orthodoxy. What is it exactly, you know, that made you decide that it's not Catholicism? Because the Catholics will say this is, you know, passed on, Jesus established his church through Peter, and we're still, you know, carrying on with that.
If I was to boil it down to the most,
That's my incredibly basic explanation of Catholicism, by the way. So forgive me, but that's you understand my point.
Yeah, I mean, and if I were to boil it down to maybe 2 or 3 of the main reasons why I think Orthodoxy is the church and not the Roman Church, is that the more I studied the first 1,000 years of Christianity, you find that you don't see the Roman Catholic idea of the Pope, and particularly his powers that are outlined at Vatican I, which is the Roman Catholic Council that dogmatizes the doctrine of the papacy and its infallibility and so forth. You don't see that exercised and explicated in that way in the first 1,000 years. And so because many, even though Vatican I itself actually says that it was always the case, many Roman Catholics, when dealing with this point or this objection, will say, well, but it evolved. But you run into a whole host of other problems with the idea of doctrinal evolution, because if that's the case, then it seems like it evolved to be where we are now, where you know, Skittles unions can be blessed, right? So why can't it evolve to, and now we don't have the death penalty anymore, right?
And we're
So
going to baptize aliens.
I mean, yeah, if it can evolve, then it can reasonably evolve into the opposite of itself. And if all doctrinal positions are subject to some notion of evolution, then the idea that the doctrine evolves itself can also evolve, and that becomes self-refuting. So at a philosophical level, it's kind of nonsensical.
Well, that's a really good point, Jay, because I know a lot of faithful Catholics. We have them in our audience, and I've interviewed some, and they are wonderful people, and they love Jesus, and they love the church, and they say, you know, what we're doing is fighting to preserve the roots of the church, everything that the doctrine actually is supposed to be, rather than this bastardized version that this satanic pope is, you know, sprouting now. But what you just said is, if you go on the basis of that evolution of theology or doctrine or whatever the case may be, you actually, it allows for this.
Yeah, unfortunately, although I understand why they feel that way, and I felt the exact same way when I was a traditional Roman Catholic in my 20s, you don't have that liberty as a Roman Catholic because of the nature of the system of Roman Catholicism. So if you go and read Vatican I, which I highly recommend people do, you go to papalencyclicals.net, type in Vatican I, and read the full. If you print it out, it might be 10, 15 pages. What you'll notice is that you're actually bound to much more than just the so-called infallible teachings. You actually have to follow the Pope pretty much across the board. And if you disagree in even what is considered, quote, non-fallible teachings, you're still supposed to submit with docility and humility of mind. So you're not actually allowed in that system, if they're consistent with it, to publicly oppose any of the moral and theological dogmatic teachings of Pope Francis. So while they might like to have the idea of rebelling against the papacy, the actual text of Vatican I and about 4 or 5 other places, and Denzinger, which is their official dogma book, don't allow you to do that. In fact, you even have to submit to the Pope's decisions on mundane matters, juridical matters, decisions of the Holy Office. Even you're supposed to submit to them. So this idea that you can be a traditional faithful Roman Catholic and reject the last 60, 70 years of liberalism post Vatican II is just absolutely absurd and not the case, especially given the fact that Vatican II actually specifies, and multiple times after Vatican II, it's been specified in at least 5 places, that you have to believe Vatican II. You don't have the right or the ability as Roman Catholic to reject an ecumenical council. So consistent Roman Catholic papalism itself, I think, is the ultimate defeater for Roman Catholicism. And so again, let me give you a couple other key examples. In the first 1,000 years of the church, you have these ecumenical councils that are shared between East and West for the most part. And those canons, those councils produce what we call canons. Canons are ecclesiastical laws that are produced as sort of rules and guidelines for the church in each of those councils. And what's interesting is that every one of the first 7 produces canons that contradict and don't line up with the idea of Vatican I's view of the papacy. For example, you have canons that talk about every bishop being limited in jurisdiction. Well, if every bishop's limited in jurisdiction, then there's no universal super bishop who has jurisdiction over everybody. And make a long story short, if you look at 2 important documents that the Vatican has approved in the last few years, the first one is called the Chieti document, and the second one is called the Alexandria document. Chieti document came out, I don't know, 2016, somewhere in there. Chieti document came out, Alexandria document came out last year. And both of those documents together, they're not that long. I highly recommend interested people go read them. They actually admit, between the 2 documents, about 90%, I would say, of the Orthodox problems and critiques of the papacy for the last 1,000 years. Now, if we're at the point where Rome is now admitting, and I don't believe the motivations are good, I believe the motivations are actually ecumenism and to try to coax the Orthodox back into union with Rome. But if we think about it, well, now, wait a minute. If these documents are admitting that the Roman Church has basically been wrong about a lot of its critiques, 90% of it the last 1,000 years, and its claims, then that actually means Vatican I's not true. It actually means that the Vatican I view of the papal indefectibility and infallibility is not the case. So to me, those are a couple of the strongest proofs that the Roman Catholic Church is not the one true church. And if you just think about it from kind of practical perspective, if everything hinges on one guy, and it's the guy over in Rome, and if that guy gets compromised and co-opted, as a lot of evidence, I think, demonstrates. I mean, Francis basically works in lockstep with the World Economic Forum's agenda and Klaus Schwab. Then, to me, that demonstrates that that's not under this infallible guide and charism of Jesus and Peter.
Yeah, that's a really good point. People may argue that, you know, I always think about I guess because I did so much, you know, talking to people of different ideologies and sort of tackling arguments, apologetics, if you will, on a really small scale. But people may argue, oh, well, say, for example, you know, the Orthodox Church hasn't been absent when they do all these ecumenical meetings and, I don't know, light flames with Hindus and all this kind of stuff. We've had representation from the Orthodox Church at some of these climate things, and, you know, so how then is that any different from what the Catholics are doing?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it often comes up. And I think the important thing to keep in mind here is that it's 2 different structures and 2 different ecclesiologies. That just means the doctrine of the church. So the Roman Catholic Church is a top-down system that it's a house of cards that either stands or falls based on what the guy in Rome is doing. The Orthodox Church is not like that. A lot of people think of it like, especially if they're Catholic, they'll look at the Orthodox Church and say, "Oh, you're kind of like the Pope, but you have like the Patriarch of Constantinople, or you have 5 patriarchates, and then therefore you're like a 5-headed church." No. Those are just canonical privileges. In other words, those bishops have privileges within synods. It doesn't mean, or they have a large jurisdiction. It doesn't mean that they're popes. Every bishop is just as much a bishop as the next bishop. So the Orthodox Church, surprisingly, is decentralized. A lot of people might find that kind of odd or very foreign, especially if you're Roman Catholic, because you're sort of, you know, locked into that pyramid type of system. And the Orthodox Church is more, I mean, this is maybe not the best analogy, but it's a little more like a Republican type of system than it would be like a top-down tyrannical type of, you know,
right,
autocracy. So, you know, the bishops are elected and chosen, and they have more authority than the priests, but there's no super bishop. And it's true that at times any one bishop, like the Bishop of Rome, he might try to get a lot more power because he might have honor and prestige. And then he might say, okay, well, that honor and prestige actually now translates into like a divine, you know, I'm the guy that everybody should look to, right? That's our view of what happened in the See of Rome, because for the first 1,000 years, we Orthodox would believe that the Pope is Orthodox, but then he eventually departs when we have the schism. So likewise, if we thought about the Patriarch of Constantinople, for example, much of the Orthodox Church is concerned and believes that he's now trying to kind of be like the Pope. He wants to have this prestige and authority even beyond what's normal, like the Pope. Now, it's not, I mean, it's a problem in the Orthodox Church, but it's not a problem for our ecclesiology, because we believe and have no problem admitting that any bishop can be corrupted and become eventually a heretic or an apostate. So the problem is not so much, the argument is not the Orthodox Church has no problems and the Catholic Church has bad popes. That's not the argument. The argument is that the system of Roman Catholicism hangs everything on one guy and his dogmatic teaching, such that if he makes a contradiction in dogma or morals, the system is not true anymore. Whereas in the Orthodox Church, you don't have everything hanging on one guy. A patriarch can become a heretic and fall away. Many of them have. In fact, many of the most important heretics in the history of the church have been patriarchs of Constantinople.
Right. What do you think the key takeaways, I guess, for the Protestant, because we have a lot of evangelicals in our audience, right? So, you know, they got really angry with me for, you know, talking about the fact that something that you brought up before, that the new covenant really is like, what is the new Israel? And, you know, the Christians are the inheritors of the covenant. It's moved on now to us. And in fact, you know, saying that we're somehow not the chosen people of God now, it really diminishes what Jesus did and what he established through the new covenant. And so, you know, I find it insane how many people don't understand this. But what do you think is the key takeaway for the Protestants? Because so many of them genuinely love Jesus, Jay. Like, they love Jesus. They try their hardest to be good people, good representatives of Christ on this earth, and yet are often so misled. What do you think they really need to understand about Protestantism and why it's really not the right way?
Well, I would say, first of all, even in the Old Testament, the Jews had ways to deal with problems and issues in the church. And so you had a kind of a normative authority in the structure of the Levites and the priests, who were the interpreters and could then make judgments on the basis of the law. And yeah, they made mistakes and they were fallible men for sure. But there was still a structure, a normative structure in place. And when Jesus sets up the church and he calls his apostles, he says very clearly, he who hears you hears me. He breathes on them, it says in the book of John, and gives them the power to remit and retain sins. Whoever sins you remit, they're remitted. Whoever sins you retain, they're retained. So that's a real power that's given to these apostles, and we believe by extension to the people that they set up. And what that means is that if there is a visible institutional body of bishops, and that makes up the church in history, then they do have authority. And that means that that authority will continue with the church. It doesn't go away. It doesn't die. They continue to have the ability to excommunicate people. How could you excommunicate people and enforce these judgments if there's no living body that does it? It would be like, to make an analogy, having the Constitution, but no Supreme Court to actually rule on the Constitution. It's just every man reading the Constitution for himself. Well, that would be nonsense and chaos. So that Jesus didn't even think to set up some body of people to make decisions and to be a kind of Supreme Court, so to speak, for his church. I mean,
that
it just
excommunication
seems
doesn't even really happen all that much, Jay. It's all very floppy, and I use that word, you know, on purpose. It's all very floppy and flippant. You know, someone's found out to have been hiding pedophile secrets from his dad, and, you know, no big deal, God's grace will cover it. It's like, well, hang on a second. There is actually a process for people that have done egregious things. And, you know, I mean, maybe that's not the best example, but it's, you know, there's a process for someone who's unrepentant, for example.
Yeah. I mean, you could use those moral examples of individuals, but I was thinking more so, like, for example, what we see in the 4th century when the main challenge to Christianity at that time is the doctrine of Arianism or semi-Arianism, which is the idea that Jesus isn't fully divine. He's not the second person of the Godhead. He's the first thing God created. So he's just a creature. And so this is why we have the Council of Nicaea meeting, is to solve this crisis throughout the church and the Roman Empire that most people are believing that Jesus is a creature or some kind of demigod, a created being. And the decision, of course, of following St. Athanasius is that no, Jesus is the eternally generated Son of the Father, and therefore he has the same nature as the Father. And therefore, because God cannot have degrees of divinity, there's no 80% God, or because the divine nature is the divine nature. If you're uncreated, you're uncreated, then the Son is uncreated. And so as the second person of the Godhead, he must be believed in as fully divine, homoousios, to be saved. And so that's why the Nicene Creed comes about. And as a result, you get the excommunicating of Arians and people that believe that Jesus is a creature. And then later on, you get a further specification of other errors about Christ's nature in terms of Christology. So what I'm saying is that it's not just everybody fending for themselves and reading the Bible for themselves. It's not, the problem is not reading the Bible. The problem is that Jesus gave to his church a body of people that could make decisions and could enforce these things. And if everybody's just DIY and it's just me and the Bible, then there's no practical way to have what's called normative authority in philosophy. Not just the individual figuring out what's true and false and right and wrong, but an actual group of people that can bind people to these decisions. That's the point.
That's crucial, because the argument from a lot of Protestants will be that we have the Holy Spirit, he teaches us in all things, and we don't need a body of people to tell us because we have the ultimate teacher. The problem that we have is that in our human fallibility, we interpret things through our own lens, through our own culture, through our own experiences, and we think it may be the Holy Spirit teaching us, when in fact it's just our intellect and our logic sorting through this. Now, that's not to say that you should take the authority of a man above your own sense, because that's often led people into, the wrong path. Test everything and apply the test of history and scripture and context and all of that, of course. But this is how we end up with, I don't know, what is it, 70,000 denominations, Jay?
Yeah, so the question isn't, can an individual come to know the truth? That's different. That's why I keep using this term normative authority. The question is, who has the right to make those decisions? Because everybody, if you have lived very long and argued with people in the religious sphere, or even within the sphere of what's called Christianity, everybody believes that they're guided by the Holy Spirit. So how do we resolve an issue when, say, 5 different factions all believe that the Holy Spirit is leading and guiding them? That's why there has to be something within history that can make that decision. That's what I mean by normative authority. And for the Orthodox Church, the normative practice of that is called synodalism, synods, councils. So the Orthodox Church is conciliar, meaning that it is governed by not one dude, but synods and councils. And some Protestant groups have that. But the problem is that in Protestantism, because they don't have the notion that there's one true church in history, the binding people to a decision or the excommunicating of people doesn't really do much. It doesn't have much force, because you could go start your own church, you see. And you might do that even if you're excommunicated from the Orthodox Church. But the point is that the theology is still consistent, and the notion of authority is there to say that, well, look, if you're excommunicated from the Orthodox Church, you can't really go have another Orthodox church. It would be very difficult to do that. You know what I mean? Like you might wear the costumes and say that you're some sort of something, but it's not going to be recognized by the rest of the world. So it's probably not going to work. No Orthodox person, for example, recognizes Protestant pastors as possessing authority. They just simply don't. They're just another layman, like any other layman trying to do those things. So it's not a question of, is the authority infallible, and is it then able to give me knowledge of what's true and false? That's not what we're saying. The question is, how do you resolve an issue when 5, 6, 20 different people are claiming to be led by the Holy Spirit. There's got to be somebody with authority. Again, the Constitution, it wasn't just mailed out or written out in letter form to every American in their mailbox to then fend for themselves. Doesn't mean that individual Americans can't read the Constitution, but the point is that for practical purposes, there's got to be some body that interprets it.
I have a final topic I'd like to bring up with you, Jay, because I think it's vital. And it's actually the topic that for a lot of Protestants, when I speak with them, you know, after some time, you know, from my old church or whatever the case may be, and they say to me, you know, what the hell have you done? You idolater. And, you know, I spend the time obviously explaining to them that they're misunderstood. But the one thing that that really tipped me over was the topic of communion. And you brought this up before about how serious it is partaking in the wrong manner. I'd really love you to spend a bit of time talking about communion in the Orthodox Church, what it actually is, and why it's so serious to your soul to partake correctly.
Yeah, so I mean, for us, we believe that it is the actual deified flesh of Christ. And we believe that when in John 6, you know, when Jesus talks about eating his flesh and drinking his blood, that it's literal. And it's literal because when people are offended by that teaching in John 6, Jesus doesn't say, oh, wait, my bad. You guys got the wrong idea. I was just talking of it as a symbol. No. The Old Testament rituals and rites, the Levitical services and so forth, the temple services.
Sorry, Jay, if I could just say that a lot of them left him at that point because they were offended because they thought this guy's trying to get us to participate in cannibalism. So they took it literally.
Correct.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jesus doesn't say, no, it's just a symbol. He just doesn't, he's not saying this cannibalism, but he's saying that, no, you really do have to partake of me. And the way that he chose to make that partaking possible, we believe, is itself a fulfillment actually of a lot of the things in the Old Testament. So for example, you'll notice many times when God meets with people like Abraham, they have a meal. When Abraham meets with Melchizedek offers bread and wine. We believe that's a type of Christ offering bread and wine in the Melchizedekian priesthood. When you get to Exodus, when Moses goes up on the mountain, he eats a meal with God. When the Israelites get the Levitical services established, many of those services deal with ways that you would have a meal with the priest and with God. So this idea of covenantal meals eating with God is all throughout the Old Testament. And the most famous would be obviously the Passover. And the Passover is the actual partaking of the Passover lamb. Jesus is the Passover lamb, but the difference is that his blood and partaking of his blood and his flesh is the very thing that, as to correspond to the Passover with the angel that comes and destroys the houses of the Egyptians where there's not the blood of the Passover. Well, in the Orthodox Church, we are saying, no, you really are exposed to the blood. Protestants, will say, well, I'm saved by the blood. There's power in the blood, power in the blood. And yet the blood is never actually what you never come in contact with it. So we're actually a lot more literal in the sense of, when Paul talks about being baptized into Christ, we think baptism really does accomplish that regeneration. When Paul talks about, the blood, it's literally, he's talking about the Eucharist. So that's where you come in contact with it. It's not all just an intellectual, notional thing. It's an actual real thing. And I think that's the big stumbling block for a lot of Protestants is that they hear this stuff and they kind of don't even realize their own Gnostic presuppositions that they have. Well, that's flesh and physical, and God is against flesh and physical stuff. Really? Well, then why did he create the world? Why did he give us bodies? Why did Jesus resurrect his same physical body if God's against the physical? So there's just this innate sort of Gnostic tendency within Protestantism that I think a lot of Protestants don't recognize. It underlies a lot of the iconoclasm, which is like Calvinism would be opposed to imagery. Well, I mean, the book of Hebrews says that the Son is the icon, the Greek word icon of the Father. So if God has a son and it's his direct image and likeness, then and it's his icon, then God's not against icons.
Oh, well, that would, you know, the point is not creating graven images for yourselves and all of this sort of stuff, but that's specifically worshipping those things. That's different to commemoration of the family of God. It's different to commemoration of Jesus, artistic expression of Jesus. You know, Bethel, as an example, will sit there and draw paintings while people wave ribbons and flags around. I mean, is that now you know, creating graven images because you're doing that through a worship service? I mean, there's a lot of it's illogical.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I mean, the notion of graven images is not specifically only talking about literal engraving of an image, because if that was the point that's being made there, then the temple itself violates this, because the temple was full of images. It was full of seraphim, angels everywhere. Those are images. The Ark of the Covenant is a golden box with angels on it, which is an image. And there's many places where in the Old Testament, people prostrate before in the book of Chronicles, I think it's 2nd Chronicles, they prostrate before Solomon and the Ark when the Shekinah glory cloud comes down to the Ark. So prostrating before created things is not itself the problem, because Elisha prostrates before Elijah. Joseph prostrates before Pharaoh. We have examples in the Bible where people prostrate before another created being as a sign of reverence. So it's not the external action of drawing a picture or putting your body down on your face that is the idolatry. Idolatry is primarily, as Jesus notes many times, a problem of the heart and the mind. So if I, am believing and worshiping a created thing as if it's God, then that is what idolatry is. Idolatry is not revering a created thing. And that happens all throughout the Old Testament, throughout the Bible. God says, honor your father and mother, because it's a way to show deference to God, your father. So is that idolatry to honor my father? I mean, a lot of the Protestant ideas are bound up with very simplistic and one-dimensional understandings of words. For example, call no man father. Well, but the 10 Commandments say honor your father.
Yeah.
So if I can call no man father, then I can't call my dad father.
Can you actually just address that, what it means by call no man father, please, Jay? Because this is actually, when I interviewed a priest recently, the first one of the comments, Maria, we're told call no man father. I cannot watch this.
Well, Paul himself refers to himself as Timothy's spiritual father.
Yes.
So clearly it's not contradictory in this sense to literally never call a human being father. And no Protestant, unless they're crazy, actually keeps that in that sense. Jesus is talking about the usurpation of God's place in a person's life, and a person replacing that role and being themselves, because there's this tendency and it exists even in Talmudic rabbinic Judaism, where the rabbi can actually argue with and displace God in that theology. So right. Jesus, I think, is attacking this idea that the person that you're calling father might actually be extending beyond his authoritative place to be like God, like a guru or something like that. That would be replacing the natural position that God should have in that hierarchy. But Jesus is not saying literally never call another person father. Jesus talks about people's fathers.
I'm really glad we addressed that. For me, Jay, I've certainly, I said this a while ago, particularly when I was even looking at the subject of, who Israel is now and all of that sort of stuff. And it was very confronting for me. And I was very afraid to face some of these former beliefs that I had, worried I was going to upset God. I've been quite open about that with the viewers. And what I found was that if you just open your heart, that and be willing to learn, that God will teach you. This is something everyone believes. It's really just about whether we're open to learning. And I think, you know, someone that's very close to me always says, if you really want to know the truth, it'll always lead you back to the Orthodox Church. And so I think that's, you know, I've found that to be true, certainly. Jay, you do a lot of debates, you do a lot of talks on philosophy, you do a lot of breakdowns of Hollywood. I know that you've recently watched Dune 2 and you were very impressed. I didn't even like the first one. What was so great about the second?
Well, I mean, I would be interested to know why you didn't like it, because, you know, I'm a big fan of the novels. I've read the first two.
Yeah.
And I was really impressed with Dune 1 just because of the depth, the philosophical depth that it has. It's not a Christian work. I'm not saying it's great because it teaches Christianity or anything like that. I just thought that I really appreciated the execution that Denis Villeneuve had. I thought that it, for the most part, captured what was in the first book. The new movie is, I think, a technical achievement. The aesthetics, the art direction, the sound, it's all phenomenal. It's not, I think, for movie goers, if you're a movie buff, you know, we haven't really had that type of a theater experience since like Lord of the Rings or something like that.
Yeah,
So,
I saw you say that, and I thought, I had no intention of watching it, and then I saw that you were like, you said it was like the experience you haven't had for 15 years, and I thought, well, now I have to watch it. So I wanted to know what made it.
well, I
so
mean, it might
special.
not be up your alley. I mean, it's a very weird world. It's a very bizarre. You know, Frank Herbert was a GOP speechwriter. He was a curiously not liberal, so to speak, sci-fi person, and so, you know, in the world of science fiction, that's kind of unheard of. It's very rare. They're usually soy men, and they're always promoting kind of crazy stuff. So there are some conservative traditional elements within the Dune novels that I think make it interesting in regard to how most sci-fi is not that way. It also there's a couple other ways it's unique, is that it's not there's not really aliens in that world. There are no it's not pro AI, so it's a very unique sci-fi where it's anti-AI, and so I like those elements. That does not mean that that I think that the message of Dune overall is like, oh, it's Christian. It's not Christian. It's more perennialism, but it's at least not like totally soy. You know, it's not pro
Totally
Skittles.
soy.
Well, I'm serious. I mean, most science fiction is just propaganda for that stuff. You know, living in the Matrix or getting a sex bot. I mean, and this is not that way at all. It has a really weird religious expression. I mean, in this future 10,000 years from now scenario, there's a blended world religion that's like Catholicism mixed with Islam, and all of that's very bizarre. But it's just a breath of fresh air for me. And I just read the second one, Dune Messiah, and did a big breakdown of that a couple months ago. So it was all still fresh in my mind. And, you know, from a predictive programming perspective, Dune is amazing because you have geoengineering, you have terraforming, you have MK Ultra, you have espionage, sexpionage, you have intrigue, all of that in sci-fi, which, I mean, I'm not a huge sci-fi nerd. I don't read a whole lot of sci-fi, but I mean, how often do we get that kind of real conspiracy stuff in sci-fi? Not very much.
Yeah, well, I asked you because I wanted to highlight for, you know, most people that watch our content know you. They really enjoy our interviews together. But for anyone that isn't familiar, this is the other stuff that Jay does. So it's not just religious discussions. He does a lot of, a huge focus on his website. You can go to jaysanalysis.com. Lots of movie analysis.
Yeah, we're also doing a live event in LA. I would add to, if people want to come out and see us live, what we do in our live events is pretty diverse as well. We do I do comedy, do a lot of impressions, so I end up doing like 10-20 minutes of impressions. Then we have a lecture from my wife Jamie. She does a lot of occult, esoteric Hollywood stuff. Then I do a lecture that's a lot of deep geopolitics, philosophy, spirituality. like we've talked about. And then at this LA event, March 15th, we'll have Jamie Kennedy, the comedian from Scream. And he's going to be headlining. We did an event in LA about 8 months ago, and it was so much fun. We thought we'd do it again. So this is not the same event. It's all new material, all new topics. I'm going to be signing books, the Red Book at this event, which is 600 pages of all my geopolitics and philosophy and theology essays. So people can come out and watch us. The links, the tickets are all on my website, on my Twitter, pinned at the top in the Eventbrite link.
You can find Jay on X, J_D007. And there is the live event pinned post that he's talking about. I encourage everyone to follow him. He posts hilarious stuff. I shared, he sent me that AI, like the thing that you did with the microwave as well. Oh, sorry, I've just opened one of your streams. And so really entertaining, but also incredibly informative. I also encourage everyone to subscribe to Jay's YouTube. I'm not signed in, so that's why it says subscribe there, but definitely subscribe to Jay's YouTube. Anything else you want to mention, Jay?
No, I appreciate that. Great conversation. Like I said, people want the books. You can go to my website in the shop and you can get the Red Book is the newest one. It's basically all of my essays the last 10 years, 660 pages on theology, philosophy, geopolitics. I have a smaller book on philosophy you can get. Then I have my 2 Hollywood books, and those are all signed copies. So if you order it from the website, you get signed copies. You can follow me on Rockfin. My sponsor is chalk.com, the best in supplementation. Use the promo code J50, JAY50, get 50% off all Chalk products, CHOQ.com. And that's all I can think of.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jay. Really, really love this conversation. I'm sure we'll do more. Another book review is on the horizon, I think.
Oh, yeah, we should definitely do that. By the way, you're also co-4th Hour host, and we both, I think, have been pretty much killing it in the 4th Hours.
Yes, absolutely. Jay's been there a lot longer than me, but bringing amazing quality information to the Alex Jones Show each Friday. Is it Jay that you're host?
Yes.
So
you do what?
I get confused because for me it's Saturday. No, I'm on Tuesdays, which are Wednesdays in Australia.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm every Friday, and I try to check out yours as well. So you've been killing it.
Thanks, Jay. Really appreciate you. Thank you for all your work. God bless, and we'll talk to you soon.
Likewise. Thank you, Maria.
We often hear this appeal about the fullness of the faith, sometimes from Eastern Orthodox Christians, sometimes from Roman Catholic Christians, sometimes from others.